culture, pornographic literature and storylines began entering into the mainstream. As the ancient employed it in the marketplace as a commodity, sex would increasingly be used to procure money on movie screens, into the streets, in the possession of the larger culture, popular culture, and public life. So American and Western culture became sexualized. Chapter 20. The Sacred Prostitute. Ishtar was the patron goddess of prostitutes. She was their protector, their encourager, their supporter, their guide, and their matron. From the ladies of the night who walked the streets of Sumer to the sacred prostitutes who inhabited the shrines and temples of Babylonia, they all looked to Ishtar, prayed to her, worshipped her, and were her servants. Prostitution was a part of her cult. Sexual acts attended her worship and rituals and could be found in her sanctuaries. The temples of Ishtar were famous for their connection to prostitutes, and even for the business of prostitution. The connection was intrinsic to the goddess's identity. The harlot goddess. Ishtar was not only the great benefactor of prostitutes, but their role model. Her obsession with sexuality, her promiscuity, her countless relationships and lovers, all of these served as examples for the ancient Middle Eastern prostitute. In the tablets of Sumer, Ishtar, or her earlier incarnation as Inanna, is described as a harimtu or karkid. The words are commonly translated as prostitute. Some argue that the words can mean prostitute, but not necessarily in every context. But the words appear in descriptions of Ishtar, where the context clearly refers to prostitution, specifically when it cites the tavern, the place where prostitutes gathered and worked. One ancient hymn says this: "They cannot compete with you, Inanna, Ishtar. As a prostitute, you go down to the tavern, and like a ghost who slips in through the window, you enter there." And from another: "You, my lady, dress like one of no repute in a single garment." As the ancient Mesopotamian prostitute could be identified by her jewelry, so too Ishtar. The pearls of a prostitute are placed around your neck. Another ancient tribute to the goddess is even more detailed, as it deals with the pricing of her trade. "When I stand against the wall, it is 1 shekel. Another ancient inscription has the goddess saying outright, "I am a prostitute." The sexualization of American culture. The return of Ishtar was the return of the prostitute goddess. It would set in motion a transformation based on the dynamics of her trade as well as her cult of worship. Prostitution takes sexual relations out of the exclusive context of husband and wife and brings them into the larger culture, into the marketplace, the realm of trade and commerce. Likewise, Ishtar's cult of worship took sexuality out of the private realm of the marriage covenant and into the public realm of festivals, rituals, and temple worship. So when the spirit of Ishtar returned to Western civilization, it worked toward removing sexuality from the bounds of marriage. Sexuality now moved out of the private realm and into the public realm. What had once been the exclusive possession of husband and wife within the covenant of marriage now became the possession of the larger culture, popular culture, and public life. So American and Western culture became sexualized. Its sexuality had been stolen from the marriage bed. Sexuality was now everywhere and unbridled by the covenant of marriage. The harlot's pay. It was not only that Ishtar's prostitutes would take sexuality out of the marriage bed and into the streets of Sumer and Akkad, they would bring it into the marketplace. They converted it into a commodity to be bought and sold. In prostitution, sex was employed as a means of procuring money. So upon her return, not only did the prostitute goddess flood the culture with sexuality, but she increasingly employed it in the marketplace as a commodity. Sex would increasingly be used to procure money on movie screens, in music videos, in magazines, on the internet, and wherever else it could generate money. What the spirit of Ishtar had promoted in the cities of Mesopotamia, it now promoted in America and world culture. Sex was monetized. The pornification of culture. It was not only that sex was used to sell other commodities, but, as in Ishtar's ancient craft, sex itself was up for sale. Industries that had existed in the shadows now entered the American and Western mainstream and were normalized. Adult magazines, adult clubs, adult movies, adult entertainment increased in numbers and influence. One no longer had to venture into the corners and shadows of American life. The shadows were overtaking America. The tablets of ancient Mesopotamia contain inscriptions in which the goddess seeks to tempt her lovers into sexual relations. They will not be quoted from here, as they could best be described as pornographic literature. So, as the spirit of the goddess increasingly took hold of American and Western culture, pornographic literature and storylines began entering into the mainstream. As the ancient Mesopotamians read or listened to the pornographic words and stories of Ishtar, Americans now read pornographic literature and watched pornographic movies in theaters, on their television sets, and on their computer monitors. And as prostitution depersonalized sexuality, so the spirit of the prostitute goddess increasingly depersonalized sexuality. Mother of Eros. The newly mainstreamed sex industries would employ and be known by the word erotic, erotic literature, erotic dancers, erotic massages, erotic movies, erotica. The word erotic comes from the word eros. Eros was the ancient god of the Greeks. The name means desire. Eros was the god of sexual desire and love. Eros was born of Aphrodite. Aphrodite was the Greek incarnation of Ishtar. So behind the name given to describe the deluge that was sweeping over American and world culture was the pagan god Eros. And behind Eros was Ishtar. Behind it all was Ishtar. Having returned to the modern world, the goddess had again given birth to Eros. The images. The worship of Ishtar was not limited to pornographic literature or storylines. It found its most popular expression in imagery. The image of Ishtar as a naked woman could be found all over the ancient Middle East in terracotta reliefs, royal seals, and clay idols. Images of naked women were typical of pagan culture and especially prominent in the worship of Ishtar. Thus, we might expect that the entrance of Ishtar into America and modern culture would bring a revival of naked imagery. And that is exactly what took place. Naked images, particularly those of women, would again permeate Western civilization. In the modern case, it would be known as pornography. In ancient times, Ishtar caused images of naked women to spread throughout the Middle Eastern world in clay, stone, and paint. Now, upon her return, she began causing the same images to permeate the modern world in photographs, films, video clips, and digital imagery. The images and practices that once characterized the culture of the goddess now characterized American culture. The porn goddess. Among the oldest writings in world history are the sacred hymns to Ishtar, Inanna, in which she is described as a prostitute. The Greek word for writing is graphos. The Greek word for Ishtar's profession, prostitution, is porne. It is from this root, writings about a prostitute, that we get the word pornography. Thus, by the literal definition of the word, pornography was birthed in the sacred writings of the goddess. And so, as the spirit of the prostitute goddess moved upon America, America became filled with pornography, or as it was called in short, porn, meaning in effect, the prostitute. American culture, entertainment, and American-produced internet made pornography ubiquitous. It was everywhere. Americans no longer had to go into the red light district of American cities and towns to obtain pornographic materials. American culture had now become a red light district. Ishtar had triumphed. Her effect on America was so great that it had now become the world's leading creator and exporter of pornography. America was now, in fact, producing the majority of the world's pornographic content. It had become the undisputed porn capital of the world. The civilization that had been consecrated at its inception to advancing the gospel and spreading the light of God to the nations was covering the earth with pornography and advancing the agenda of another spirit, that which now controlled it, that of the prostitute goddess. What do sex, drugs, and rock and roll, fortune tellers and witchcraft, intoxication, New Age movements, and the world of the occult have to do with one another? They all go back to the enchantments of a Mesopotamian goddess. Chapter 21. The Intoxicator. As an enchantress, Ishtar tempted, allured, and captivated. She caused her followers to abandon reason and rationality to do what they otherwise would never have done. She cast spells, she worked magic. Thus her ability to seduce was all the more potent. Ishtar's potion. As the goddess who dwelled in taverns, Ishtar was strongly connected to the substances of intoxication served and partaken of there. In one of her myths, she schemes to take away the powers and blueprints of civilization contained in the tablets of the god Enki. She partakes with him of alcoholic beverages until he becomes intoxicated, at which point she takes off with the tablets. So, to Ishtar belonged the powers of both seduction and intoxication. Thus, it is of note that at the same time that the sexual revolution was taking hold of America, a parallel movement began, an explosion in the usage of intoxicating substances. After holding steady from the end of the Second World War, the rate of American alcohol consumption suddenly began rising. The escalation would continue for 2 decades, and then would be followed by another escalation that would continue into the 21st century. The mind alterer. But it was another form of intoxication that so dramatically exploded in American and Western culture that it would, in part, define the 1960s, that of drugs. The phenomenon became so widespread that it gave birth to its own culture, the drug culture. Among the most celebrated of the newly embraced intoxicating substances were the psychedelic or mind-altering drugs that radically altered perception, thinking, and behavior. The state of intoxication and altered consciousness was now glorified as an ideal to be sought after. It was all in keeping with the goddess's nature. It was her power and will to alter consciousness, perception, and reality. With or without intoxicating substances, she was altering the American consciousness. Sex, drugs, rock, and Ishtar. For the ancient Mesopotamian, the taverns were inhabited by the spirit of Ishtar. It was there that those affected by her allurements were surrounded by 3 elements: sexuality, intoxicating substances, and music. When the spirit of Ishtar manifested in American culture in the 1960s, two of the three elements also manifested: sexuality and intoxicating substances. The third component would converge as well: music. Each of the three would epitomize the decade that began the transformation of American culture. In 1969, a Life magazine article identified the three elements as the counterculture's new sacraments: sex, drugs, and rock, or sexuality, intoxicating substances, and music, the three elements that characterized Ishtar's dwelling place. Medium of the gods. The Mesopotamians especially sought the power of Ishtar in performing magic and enchantments on those in their lives. She was the goddess of spells. Her powers were called upon to redirect or inflame a person's sexual desire or romantic affection. The spell could involve rituals, the use of objects, apples, pomegranates, the weaving together of cords into knots, symbolic acts that today would be called sympathetic magic or witchcraft. Ishtar was the goddess of mediums, those who were said to be possessed of the spirits. They spoke for the gods and revealed supernatural knowledge and counsel. Her spirit possessed them, as it did her prophets. Ishtar herself was a medium, a mediator between the gods and mortals. Today, such mediums would also be known as fortune tellers, psychics, channelers, and practitioners of the occult. Indeed, all of these elements associated with the goddess would today be categorized under the heading of the occult. She was the occult goddess. The occult revival. Thus, we might expect that with the return of Ishtar to the modern world, there would be a revival in the occult. And that, again, is exactly what happened. It was no accident that the same decade that witnessed America's turning from God, the beginning of the sexual revolution, the overturning of gender, the weakening of family, and the wide dissemination of mind-altering substances, also witnessed a massive revival in the occult. The spiritual void left in God's absence drew millions into a dark spirituality. And as with other movements launched by the gods, occult beliefs and practices moved from the fringes and shadows of society to its mainstream. Witches and goddesses. Out of the occult revival came an explosion in the practice of witchcraft, as well as in the number of women identifying as witches. In this, they were taking on the attributes of the goddess. The occult revival would also give birth to the revival of pagan worship, neo-pagan movements, and hybrid movements that merged the occult with Eastern religions and ancient paganism. It would also produce movements, organizations, and religions dedicated to Satan worship. There was one other movement of special note that would also spring up from the seeds planted in the late 20th century occult revival: goddess worship. It was an outgrowth of the neo-pagan movements born of that revival. It included the worship of mother goddesses, nature goddesses, warrior goddesses, and great goddesses, among others. Often included in the pantheon of goddesses to be venerated or worshipped was the goddess in her varied incarnations of Astarte, Aphrodite, Venus, Inanna, and, of course, Ishtar. The grand enchantment. The revival of goddess worship was also an outgrowth of the feminist revival that happened simultaneously to the occult revival. Both were linked to Ishtar. Now the two converged. But it was all converging. The sexual revolution with feminism, feminism with the occult with intoxicating substances with music, and music with the sexual revolution. In the goddess, they were all joined together. They were all joined together as well in that they were part of the paganization of America and the re-paganization of Western civilization. As we have seen, the new morality was a revival of pagan morality. The occult and New Age beliefs were a revival of pagan rituals and religious practices. And the sexual revolution was a reviving of pagan sexuality. The gods were succeeding in transforming a Christian civilization into a pagan one. Transformation was Ishtar's specialty. She could enchant and seduce a nation, intoxicate it, alter its perceptions, and thus change its ways, entrance it, and possess it. What began taking hold of American and Western civilization in the 1960s would continue unfolding, developing, and advancing long after the decade had come to an end. But there was still one more player in the Dark Trinity. It could be argued that this was the darkest of the three. It is to that spirit and mystery that we go now, the third of the Dark Trinity, that of the Destroyer. Part 6. The Destroyer. Chapter 22. The Destroyer. He was the most mysterious of the Dark Trinity. There is, to this day, debate over who exactly he was. His identity belonged to the shadows, but the evil he represented could not be more stark or brazen. He was Moloch, the abomination god. His name makes several appearances in Scripture. When King Solomon fell away from God, he built high places, altars, and sanctuaries for the foreign gods. One of them was Moloch. Then Solomon built a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, on the hill that is east of Jerusalem, and for Moloch, the abomination of the people of Ammon. So horrifying was the nature of the god and his worship that he is called the abomination. The earliest of scriptural mentions warns of the evil associated with that name. And you shall not let any of your descendants pass through the fire to Moloch. When the righteous King Josiah endeavored to lead his nation back to God, he knew he had to destroy the altars of Moloch. And he defiled Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, that no man might make his son or his daughter pass through the fire to Moloch. Moloch was associated with the darkest of sins, the sacrifice of human beings, and in particular, the sacrifice of children. Even darker, Moloch is associated with the sacrifice of children by their parents. The Bible speaks of the act as the most grievous of abominations, as well as the sign of a nation that has turned entirely against the ways of God and become lost to Him. The God and the sacrifice. The name Moloch can be translated as king. A number of modern scholars have theorized that the word Moloch should rather be translated as a verb, denoting the act of child sacrifice itself rather than a god. But verses such as Leviticus chapter 20 verse 5, which reads in the original Hebrew as Liznot achai Molech, or who prostitute themselves with the Moloch, and others would argue against that. And to every sacrifice there is a god. So there would still remain a god to whom the child sacrifices spoken of in Scripture were offered. Some theorize that Moloch was another form of Baal, since he too is spoken of as receiving children as sacrifices. But even if there was anything to any of those theories, the act and practice of sacrificing children is of a demonic realm so uniquely of its own category and nature that the name Moloch stands uniquely on its own. The horror of the name. Beyond that, we must keep in mind the nature of the beast. The relationship between the gods and spirits is symbiotic. The mythologies and beliefs of men may follow after the principalities and spirits, and the principalities and spirits may follow after the mythologies and beliefs of men. In that sense, the argument becomes immaterial. Moloch is the spirit and god of child sacrifice. It is the principality of bloodlust, of cold, inhuman, and horrid destruction. In his epic poem, Paradise Lost, John Milton writes of the ancient god, "First Moloch, horrid king, besmeared with blood of human sacrifice and parents' tears, though for the noise of drums and timbrels loud, their children's cries unheard, that passed through fire to his grim idol." In the 20th century, Winston Churchill used the figure of Moloch to speak of the evil of Adolf Hitler. He had conjured up the fearful idol of an all-devouring Moloch, of which he was the priest and incarnation. The name of the ancient god has retained its horror down through the ages. His molten hands. Do we have any idea what the worship of Moloch was like? The Bible cites Israel's ancient neighbors, the Canaanites, as those who participated in child sacrifice. The ancient Greek and Roman historians bear witness to the biblical testimony as they record the practices of two Canaanite people in particular, the Phoenicians and those of their African colony, Carthage. The ancient Greek historian Diodorus Siculus records this of the Carthaginians. "There was in their city a bronze image of Kronos, extending its hands palms up and sloping toward the ground, so that each of the children, when placed thereon, rolled down and fell into a sort of gaping pit filled with fire." Cronus was the Greek version of the Roman Saturn, the god who devoured his own children. His name is used either because the Carthaginians had now associated him with Moloch or Baal, or because this was how Diodorus had made sense of what was taking place. The darkest depths. Child sacrifice was part of the rites and worship of the pagan peoples and cultures that surrounded the Israelites. So when the Israelites turned away from God, they turned to the ways of the gods. They began offering up their children. The prophet Jeremiah would confront the depths of their fall from God and the gruesome sin they were now partaking in and celebrating. "And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire to Moloch." It was the deepest and darkest of depths of their fall from God. But what if such practices were much more common than we would imagine? What if it was the prohibition of such practices, rather than the practices themselves, that was the exception to the rule? What part do the gods and spirits have in such practices? And what if those gods, or one god in particular, was to come back? Chapter 23. The Abominable Sacrifice. How could anything so gruesome as child sacrifice, so morally abhorrent and so obviously contrary to all that undergirds human existence, be embraced and practiced by any people or nation? The most pagan of acts. In the case of the pagan world, it was the result of God's absence. In the case of Israel, it was the result of turning from God's presence. And yet, contrary to what we might expect, the practice was not unique or exceptional. Rather, it was nearly universal. It could be found in the temples of ancient Egypt to the shrines of Tahiti, from the altars of Mesopotamia to the hanging trees of Germany, from India to Hawaii, from West Africa to Tibet, from the Aztecs to the Celts, from the Druids to the Mongolians, and among countless other peoples in countless other lands. Human and child sacrifice were symptomatic of pagan culture, thought, and values, and the overall devaluation and degradation of life. Beyond sacrifice, the young were especially vulnerable in pagan culture to mistreatment, abuse, and murder. Infants with deformities or disabilities were commonly discarded by their parents, left in garbage dumps, drowned in rivers, exposed to the elements, or abandoned to wild animals. The disposable life. even children born perfectly healthy could be murdered if, for some reason, they were not found desirable or wanted by their parents. And even some of the most revered philosophers and esteemed leaders of the ancient world couldn't Moloch and the gods of child sacrifice. Children produced by sexual acts in the temples or by Ishtar's prostitutes on the streets provided sacrifices for the gods. So now, in modern times, as the sexual revolution bore its fruit, more and more children were conceived outside of marriage and were more likely to be unwanted. Their lives would provide the modern-day sacrifices of Moloch. The city on the hill of Moloch. America was now offering up its own children as sacrifices. Other nations would be led by its example into taking up the gruesome practice as well. Millions of unborn children around the world would now perish in Moloch's shadow. God had warned Israel that if it turned against his ways, if it turned to the gods, it would end up sacrificing its own children. And so it had. And now so too had America. And so too had the nations of the West. And all these had influenced the rest of the world. It was one more step of repaganization, one more piece of the ancient pagan world returning to the modern. The civilization that had, in ancient times, cast out the spirits was now repossessed by them. And America, the shining city on the hill, had now become a blood-soaked high place of Moloch. Could one of the most widespread and controversial of practices in American culture go back to the rites of the ancient Canaanites? And could the ancient accounts of those rites give us revelation as to what is taking place in our midst? Chapter 25. Children of the Altars. What was it that could cause a mother of ancient times to lift the child of her womb to Moloch? The Moloch keys to success. For one thing, she believed that by so doing, she would obtain the gods' favor. Her fields would be fruitful. She would be given prosperity. Her prayers would be given answers, and her life would be blessed. The Greek writer Cleotarchus is credited with this report connecting child sacrifice and gain. Out of reverence for Kronos, the Phoenicians and especially the Carthaginians, whenever they seek to obtain some great favor, vow one of their children, burning it as a sacrifice to the deity, if they are especially eager to gain success. So, in the modern replaying, what could lead a mother to kill the son or daughter of her womb? The most frequently given answer is that if the child lived, it would hamper the mother's life, her time, her energy, her educational or career prospects, her future earning capabilities. The child would be a burden to her aspirations. Thus, by killing the child, the hindrance and burden would be removed, and she would be in a better position to achieve her goals and attain success and prosperity. Female celebrities, feminist leaders, and other women of influence would publicly boast that they were able to find success in their careers because they ended the lives of their unborn children. Thus, the reason given was, in essence, the same as that which led the ancient mothers to lift their children onto Moloch's altars. By doing so, they believed they were invoking blessing, prosperity, and gain. It is hard to fathom how anyone, ancient or modern, could make such a decision, but the decision remained unchanged. Can a woman forget? In the ancient sacrifice of Moloch, the mother or father would bring the child to the altar to be slaughtered. So it is a unique dynamic of abortion that it is the mother or father who presents the child to be killed. In the book of Isaiah, the voice of God asks this question: Can a woman forget her nursing child and not have compassion on the son of her womb? Surely they may forget, yet I will not forget you. In the case of Moloch and in the case of abortion, the answer is yes. He even mothers may forget. How could something as intrinsic to life as a mother's instinct to protect her child morph into the desire to kill her child? Such things, ancient or modern, are not natural. They are the works of the gods. In the ancient sacrifice, the parent would either kill or else present the child to the priest or officiant, who would then take its life. In the modern sacrifice, the mother in effect gives her baby to the officiant, the abortionist, who then takes its life. In the ancient sacrifice, the child could be pierced, cut, crushed, left to die, and or burned. Burning was so common a feature that the scriptures rebuke the Israelites for causing their children to pass through the fire. In the modern sacrifice, the child was likewise pierced, cut, torn apart, left to die, or, through the use of chemical solutions, burned. Music to kill by. The Greek philosopher Plutarch describes the music that would accompany the sacrifices of children and its purpose. And the whole area before the statue was filled with a loud noise of flutes and drums, so that the cries of wailing should not reach the ears of the people. In one sense, the music represented a civilization's celebration of child sacrifice. So too, under the spell of Moloch, we have seen not only the return of child sacrifice, but a civilization's celebration of the act. But according to Plutarch, the music was especially strategic. The horror of the act was so intense that the public was kept shielded from hearing it by the sound of flutes and drums. So too, in its modern replaying, the horror of putting a baby to death in abortion was so disturbing that its sights, sounds, and details were kept hidden from the public. And the baby's agony could only be expressed in the form of silent screams that no one would hear. The racist god. Diodorus Siculus writes of a secret transaction concerning the child sacrifices of his day. They had been accustomed to sacrifice to this god the noblest of their sons, but more recently, secretly buying and nurturing children, they had sent these to the sacrifice. In other words, the rich were buying children from those who were not rich in order to sacrifice them in place of their children. Plutarch writes of similar transactions. And those who had no children would buy little ones from poor people and cut their throats as if there were so many lambs or young birds. Meanwhile, the mother stood by without a tear or moan. So it was poor children who were more adversely affected by the child sacrifice than the rich. It was poor mothers who were more likely to offer up their children, and far more of poor children than the rich who were placed on the altar. Even this was replayed in the modern version of child sacrifice. Abortion was weighted against the children of the poor and of minorities. The child of a poor family, and particularly of a black family, was far more likely to be killed by abortion than the child who was not black or poor. And there were now American cities where more black children were killed through abortion than were actually born. It was one of Moloch's many evils that he hated the poor and downcast and was a racist. A culture of cannibals. In the pagan world, it was believed that child sacrifice resulted in benefits, not only for the individual who offered it, but to the entire society. It would bring the gods favor and enhance the public good. If a misfortune or calamity came upon the land, it could result in the sacrificing of multitudes of children to appease the god and bring relief to the land. So the Roman philosopher Porphyry writes, "The Phoenicians too, in great disasters, whether of wars or droughts or plagues, used to sacrifice one of their dearest, dedicating him to Kronos." So the modern practice of child sacrifice was likewise hailed for its beneficial effect on the public good. The killing of babies was said to benefit society, not only in freeing women to pursue careers, but for holding the promise of breakthroughs in medicine and health. To further enhance this public good and to increase their profit margin, the abortion industry engaged in the sale of baby parts harvested from the murdered children. The spirit of Moloch, having mixed children's blood with profit, had created a culture of cannibals. Moloch's priests. The Greek philosopher Plato wrote of how the Carthaginian culture viewed child sacrifice. With us, for instance, human sacrifice is not legal, but unholy, whereas the Carthaginians perform it as a thing they account holy and legal. So the Carthaginians not only legalized the practice, they deemed it as holy. Even this ancient dynamic was replayed in America and the modern world. The killing of an unborn child was not only legal, but was hallowed as a sacred rite to be praised, celebrated, and venerated as something beautiful and sacrosanct. In ancient Israel, it was the priests of Moloch and Baal who would hallow the murder of children by speaking of it in religious terms. Who, then, are the modern-day priests of Moloch? They are the ones who perform the act and those who sanctify it. The corporations that profit from children's blood, the political leaders and legislators who fight to ensure that Moloch's temples remain overflowing with offerings, and the radical activists and ideologues who speak blessings and praises over the savage act as they lead women to the altars. Blessings and sacraments. The following are some of the actual words spoken by those who sanctify the killing of unborn children. Notice the framing of the act in religious and spiritual terms, as well as the word sacrifice. Our culture needs new rituals as well as laws to restore abortion to its sacred dimension. Abortion is a major blessing and a sacrament in the hands of women. It is not immoral to choose abortion. It is simply another kind of morality, a pagan one. Abortion is a sacrifice. Abortion is a sacred act. There is nothing else needing to be written here. Nothing could in any way add to or take away from the significance or horror of such words. There was a specific place in ancient Israel where the mystery of Moloch was centered and came to its most dramatic conclusion. It would usher in the nation's judgment. Does it have a modern parallel? And does it contain a warning for another civilization and another nation? Chapter 26. The Valley of Hinnom. The prophet looked out into the valley where the Lord had sent him. It was the site of the nation's darkest of sins. He had been told to go there to deliver a prophecy of judgment. Because they have forsaken me and made this an alien place, because they have burned incense in it to other gods, whom neither they, their fathers, nor the kings of Judah have known, and have filled this place with the blood of the innocents. Ashes, bones, and blood. It was the Valley of Hinnom, the ground that bore witness to the depths to which the nation had descended in its fall from God. It was filled with blood, ashes, and little bones, the evidence of murder. The people had come to that valley to worship their new gods and burn their sons and their daughters in the fire. The prophet was Jeremiah, known as the weeping prophet, for the tears he shed over his nation's fall. It was beyond his fathoming how a nation so blessed, so favored with promise, and so filled with the revelation of God could descend to the horrors in the Valley of Hinnom. But the gods had accomplished it. Their aim from the beginning was revealed in the end in the Valley of Hinnom. The goal was destruction of the nation's children and of the nation itself. The gods had caused mothers to forget their motherhood and lift up their babies to the molten god that would destroy them. The gods had deafened the nation to the screaming of their little children on the altars in the valley. Millions on the altars, America had its own Valley of Hinnom. It was every place in which the nation's unwanted children were put to death. Israel had killed thousands of its sons and daughters. America had killed millions. From the time that their murder was legalized in the early 1970s, America had spilled the blood of approximately 1 million children every year. By the second decade of the 21st century, it had killed over 60 million of them. It was a Valley of Hinnom of unfathomable proportions, of endless blood, ashes, and little bones. How could it have happened? How could a nation that once prided itself in being Christian under God and the moral beacon of the world have fallen into such depths of evil? Their blood crying out. It happened just as it had to ancient Israel, in a progression of seduction. The spirit of Baal had caused America to believe that departing from God would bring it freedom. The spirit of Ishtar had convinced it that if it abandoned its moral safeguards for instant gratification and sexual abandon, it would find fulfillment. And the spirit of Moloch had promised to grant it the blessings of an unhindered life if it would only allow him to take away its children. Baal, Ishtar, and Moloch, the dark trinity of Israel's fall, had again seduced a nation and an entire civilization. The promise of their seduction would remain unmet. It would lead instead to a state of brokenness, emptiness, and now death. The paganization of America and Western civilization was now reaping its most bloody of fruits. The once Christian civilization was now taking part in the most pagan of acts, the killing of its own children, their blood crying out to heaven. The Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, America. When Germany turned away from God and the Christian faith, the powers of hell were unleashed. The result was the murder of 6 million Jews and a world war that would see the perishing of tens of millions. When Russia morphed into the Soviet Union and turned away from God and the Christian faith, the result was, again, the murder of tens of millions of people. When America began turning away from God and the Christian faith, the result was the murder of over 60 million children. The removing of God, and in particular the Christian faith, is a most dangerous thing. The murder of 60 million American children far exceeded anything Moloch had accomplished in ancient times. But the parable said that when the spirits return to the house, they come back over 7 times worse than at the start. And Moloch's death toll in the modern world would be greater still. America's welcoming in of Moloch would ultimately lead other nations to do the same. Taking into account these other sacrifices of Moloch, the killing of unborn children all over the world, the number of those murdered on his altars, the fruit of a world turned away from God would far exceed 1 billion. A warning from Hinnom. The prophet Jeremiah warned Israel as to what would happen to a nation that had once known God and now lifts up its children as offerings to the gods. The end is destruction. There are few things that so invoke the judgment of God as the killing of little children. The words of the prophet would now warn a civilization that had also once known God and was now offering up its children. The blood of millions now covered America's collective hands. It had departed from God and was now standing in the Valley of Hinnom with ashes, bones, and blood, the blood crying out to heaven and likewise in danger of judgment. We are now about to open up the realm of the mystery that will touch upon the highest altars of American and Western civilization. It will now involve the most hallowed of modern sacred cows and idols. Thus, it will become even more intense and more explosive. We will now illuminate the most controversial of modern-day issues with the light of an ancient mystery. The illumination will involve avatars, modern-day priesthoods, and the playing out of ancient mythology in our midst and in real time. We begin with the opening up of the mystery of the Transformer. 27. The Transformer. There was another side to Ishtar, another nature, another power, and another agenda. And it would be from this, her other side, that the transformation of American and world culture would be taken to a new stage and a new level. And from this, new movements would spring forth that would alter the face of Western civilization beyond recognition. We will now remove a veil to uncover an ancient mystery that lies behind the forces, movements, events, and phenomena that are, at this moment, touching and transforming virtually every facet of modern culture. And yet the mystery goes back thousands of years to the clay tablets of ancient Sumer. Something about Ishtar. Ishtar was a sorceress. She was known for her powers to alter people's affections, passions, thoughts, and at times, their essence. We are now about to see how, as a sorceress, she would alter more than human relationships and institutions in the modern world. Something even deeper. If the sexual revolution was the first of her renewed works, this would be her second. The second, though connected to the first, would open up a different realm. It would alter human desire, human identity, and human nature itself. The transformation would follow after the goddess's own nature. There was something different about Ishtar. I am a woman. I am a man. In her link to the planet Venus, she was known as the morning star, but also the evening star. In this was a clue into her nature, duality. She would inhabit the two ends and polar opposites of the spectrum. She was, on one hand, the goddess of love, beauty, allurement, and female sexuality. But, on the other, she embodied and personified ferocity, aggressiveness, violence, battle, war, and destruction, characteristics and elements typically associated with masculinity. On one hand, she was shown as a naked woman in jewels, the goddess of sexuality, but on the other, an armored fighter, a symbol of war. She was, in one entity, the embodiment of male and female. Ishtar's connection to both femininity and masculinity was more than illusion or metaphor. An ancient Mesopotamian tablet records the goddess saying these words: "When I sit in the alehouse, I am a woman, and I am an exuberant young man." Another ancient writing records her saying this: "Though I am a woman, I am a noble young man." The core and operative words in such statements are these: I am a woman, I am a man. To turn a man into a woman. The joining of the masculine and feminine in one being was, in many ways, what Ishtar was all about. It was her nature to cross lines, transgress boundaries, break conventions, blur distinctions, and merge opposites to confuse and invert. It was not her nature to accept reality as it was. It was her nature to bend it, transform it, conform it to her will and desire. If her will was to be a woman, she would be a woman. But if it was to be a man, she would become a man. She was the goddess of transmutation and metamorphosis. Her nature was to alter nature, and most specifically the nature of male and female, man and woman. An ancient Sumerian hymn reveals her power. It was to turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man, to change one into the other. She had the ability to turn male into female and female into male, to blur and bend and merge and invert the two. The Transformer returns. So what would happen if the goddess and that power came into the modern world? What would happen is what has already happened and is now happening. It would mean that there would be another transformation, a deeper and further work. And because of that, we would not expect it to dramatically manifest at the beginning of the sexual revolution, but later on. And so it would. It would take the sexual revolution to a deeper stage, to its logical conclusions, and to another realm. It would appear as something new, a new movement, a new dynamic to penetrate and transform American and Western culture. But behind it all was an ancient principality that was said to possess the power to transform human nature and reality. The Transformer's blueprint. Upon its return to the world, the ancient spirit would set out to accomplish its mission. It would seek to alter the definition of male and female. It would move to blur the lines and nullify the distinctions between the two. It would act to transform the nature of man and woman. It would seek to feminize all that was male and masculinize all that was female. It would attempt to turn man into woman and woman into man. It would war against the sanctity of sexuality and gender by confusing the two and merging the one into the other and the other into the one, and by so doing, seek to nullify them. It would appear first at the fringes of society, where Ishtar was known to have dwelt. But then, it would come into the mainstream and begin permeating every part of culture, leaving almost no facet of life untouched. It would usher in the next stage of America's paganization, and it would become the chief hammerhead to smash the biblical foundations of Western civilization. We will now open up the goddess's deeper work and her darker magic. We will see how she cast her spell and altered a civilization and human nature. It would begin with the spell she cast and the transformation she set in motion concerning her own kind, the metamorphosis of women. Chapter 28. The Metamorphosis of Women. The goddess would inaugurate the metamorphosis and deconstruction of women. The masculine goddess. It came from her own nature. Though some of her qualities were linked to femininity, especially in the sexual realm, other traditionally feminine qualities were missing, particularly that linked to nurturing, empathy, gentleness, compassion. They seemed foreign to her. She was not a caregiver, and there was almost nothing maternal about her. Her temperament was, in many ways, more characterized by attributes commonly associated with masculinity. She was a fighter. She was assertive, aggressive, dominant, combative, competitive, courageous, fierce, strong, independent, violent, brave, and ferocious. And it was her nature and power to make others into her image, and thus to turn a woman into a man. The masculinization of women. So we would expect then that as the spirit of Ishtar took hold of American and Western culture, there would begin a transformation of women, a morphing of their identities, functioning, and nature. And that is exactly what happened. The goddess would seek to defeminize women, to masculinize them, to share in her nature. To do that, she would have to destroy or weaken the male-female paradigm. She would have to separate woman from man and man from woman. Ishtar in the workplace. Ishtar has been referred to as an independent woman due to the fact that in the end, she was never bound to any one man, and as one associated with prostitution, she was economically self-supporting. So, at the same time the sexual revolution was taking hold, there was a growing movement calling for women to become, like Ishtar, economically independent of men. Millions of women left their homes to join the workforce. The decline of marriage only furthered the trend. Divorce had increased the number of women without husbands, many of them single mothers. They now had to replace the functions of the missing husband and take on the traditionally male roles of provider and protector. women were increasingly told to seek meaning and fulfillment not in marriage or motherhood or family, but in the workforce. Transformed into her image. But function and role affect identity and even nature. The identity and nature of women began changing. Women were encouraged and instructed to become aggressive, competitive, dominant, and fierce. Girls were now trained from early childhood to reject typically feminine pursuits. They were bombarded with messages about girl power and fierceness, just as the goddess was fierce and powerful. As Ishtar took on masculine roles and characteristics, so women were impelled to do likewise, to assume traditional masculine functions, work, attributes, and roles. The new zeitgeist, or spirit of the age, belonged to Ishtar, and it was causing women step by step to be transformed into her image. Rage of the goddess. Ishtar was bent on breaking conventions. She eschewed traditionally feminine roles and instead competed with men, fighting with them, defying them, and dominating them. So at the same time the spirit of Ishtar was setting in motion the sexual revolution, another movement was birthed, feminism, or second-wave feminism. It would be infused from its beginning with the spirit of the goddess. It would thus also set out to break societal conventions, wage war against the concept of femininity, and defy male authority. As Ishtar was given to rage, so a spirit of rage against men became prevalent in American and Western culture, especially within the ranks of radical feminism. Against the patriarchy. The god Anu was the chief deity of the Mesopotamian pantheon. He was Ishtar's father. Ishtar would typically challenge his authority and seek to overrule it. The Latin word for father is pater. From pater, we get the word patriarchy, or the ruling fathers. So the spirit of Ishtar, indwelling radical feminism, set itself against what it called the patriarchy. The patriarchy had to be defied and overthrown. Rise of the warrior woman. But not only was Ishtar combative, she was a warrior. The Sumerian poem Inanna and Abich describes the goddess in her ferocity as she enters into battle. Goddess of the fearsome divine powers, clad in terror, riding on the great divine powers, Inanna, Ishtar, drenched in blood, rushing around in great battles. You destroy mighty lands with arrow and strength, and overpower lands. Thus, as the spirit of Ishtar began taking hold of American and Western culture, women now began taking on the identities and roles of fighters and warriors. The spirit of the military goddess was manifest in the militarization of women. It was what had been written in ancient times of the goddess's powers and acts. As is inscribed on the ancient tablets, she was at work to put spindles into the hands of men and to give weapons to the women. So the warrior women became part of popular culture and entertainment, where physical combat had once been the domain of men. Women were now increasingly depicted in fiction as bearing supernatural powers to war and wreak destruction. It was all in keeping with the mythology of the ancient warrior goddess. The militarized goddess. Ishtar entered into the battlefield fully armored and weaponed. It was in her nature, skill, and power to wage war. She was a militarized goddess, so upon her return, not only would she revive the image, fantasy, and narrative of the warrior goddess, she would bring about the militarization of women. In other words, the warrior woman would manifest as well in real life. It was a phenomenon that was largely unprecedented for most of human history, the entering of women into military combat. The precedent, though, could be found in mythology. The goddess's myths were now becoming reality. It was another manifestation of women being conformed into the goddess's image. And it was also another step in the divorcing of man and woman, male and female. The more women could resemble men or replicate their functions, the less they would need them. Women were now to be their own protectors and defenders. And so this too would feed into the goddess's destruction of marriage. The bond that held man and woman together was progressively deteriorating. Whom Ishtar deprived. It was no accident that marriage and family was being continually devalued, the workplace continually glorified, and sexual promiscuity or any sexuality devoid of marriage continually celebrated. Having been indoctrinated into the cult of self and self-fulfillment, both men and women were now more reluctant to enter into marriage and less able to maintain it. Both women and men were now more likely to end up alone. So an ancient Mesopotamian text speaks of the women whom Ishtar deprived of husbands. Ishtar had promised the liberation of women, and yet studies into the state of women's well-being revealed that since the beginning of the transformation, they had instead grown progressively unhappier. They were now less likely to be married, more likely to be in the workforce, less likely to be fulfilled, and more likely to be alone. And yet even in this, they had been unwittingly conformed to the image of the goddess. The goddess would not stop with women. If she was going to transform cultures, nations, and civilizations, she would have to transform men as well. We now move to her other spell, and the other transformation she began, the metamorphosis of men. Chapter 29. The Metamorphosis of Men. As she had done with women, Ishtar would inaugurate the metamorphosis and deconstruction of men. The emasculator. The goddess was never at ease with masculinity, if it was not her own, if it belonged to a man. Her lovers were dominated by her and tended to suffer a tragic fate. With regard to men, Ishtar was dangerous and deadly. She was their emasculator. A Hittite hymn to the goddess describes her as the one who will grind away from men manliness. Thus it was Ishtar's nature to remove manhood from men, to grind it away from them. In the original language, that which the goddess wrested from men was their zikratu. The word refers to potency, masculinity, and heroic power. It was all part of her merging and confusing of gender. If one can remove masculinity from men, one can destroy the distinction between male and female. Then one can destroy marriage, the family, and then society. It was Ishtar's power and desire to turn not only a woman into a man, but a man into a woman. The feminization of men. So if the goddess's spirit was to begin permeating Western civilization, we would expect that civilization to begin warring against the masculinity of men. And that is exactly what happened. Male attributes as exhibited by men were increasingly attacked and deemed to be toxic masculinity. Men had to be demasculinized. An ancient prayer speaks of her power to emasculate men, to remove their ability to fight and protect. She would take away their swords, bows, arrows, daggers, then put into their hand the distaff and the mirror. With women increasingly taking on the roles of men, with marriage continuing to weaken, with more marriages ending in divorce and others never starting, men were increasingly separated from their traditional roles and functions of provider and protector. So as the roles and nature of women were being altered, so too were those of men. She took away their swords and gave them the distaff and the mirror. So the spirit of the goddess would first seek to emasculate men and then feminize them. And so, as women were now instructed to show strength, men were now instructed to show weakness. It was the goddess's ancient magic. Old authorities and new gods. For the transformation to be complete, the war against male leadership and authority could not be confined to any particular segment of society. It would have to pervade the entire culture. And so a spirit took hold of American and Western culture, a spirit that relentlessly attacked any association of men with leadership, whether in public life, popular culture, or the home. Men were increasingly portrayed as being unable or unfit to lead, as either toxic oppressors or bumbling overgrown children. America went from the ethos of father knows best to the depiction of fathers who knew almost nothing and served only as the objects of the jokes and mockery. The goddess was doing just as she had done in ancient times, challenging male leadership and demasculinizing men. As to Ishtar's corrosive effect on men, one scholar noted that it was her power and nature to destroy masculinity, effectively a destruction of the cultural order. If she could destroy masculinity, if she could delegitimize the authority of the father and of men in general, she could transform society. If the old leadership was nullified, then a culture could be led onto a different path. And if the old authority could be mocked and neutralized, then new authorities could take over. In this case, new gods. The reprogramming of boys. And just as in the metamorphosis of women, the metamorphosis of men had to begin in childhood. While girls were told to be strong, boys were not. If boys displayed typical male characteristics, they would likely be reproved. They were less and less encouraged to succeed, and they began falling further and further behind in their education. Thus, their likelihood of assuming positions of leadership in future days was deteriorating. As for the natural male disposition to fight and protect, the impulse was now being channeled into video games. A generation of boys was now growing up addicted to computer screens. Their inclination to protect was thus being channeled away from marriage and family and into the universe of virtual reality. As for sexuality, their desires were likewise now increasingly channeled away from reality and into the world of online pornography. The goddess was making sure from early on that the glue that had held together man and woman, marriage and family, society and civilization, would be washed away. Sword of Ishtar. If marriage was being weakened, so too was the family. Though the spirit of the times portrayed men and fathers as disposable, they were not. And their absence would have severe, long-term, and destructive repercussions on the next generation and on society as a whole. The example of husband and wife, father and mother in the lifelong covenant of marriage was becoming increasingly rare and alien to a new generation of children. The phenomenon had no precedent. American and Western society were entering uncharted territory. It is easily forgotten that Ishtar was the goddess not only of sexuality, but destruction. She wielded a sword. The sword of Ishtar had now struck, and in the wake of its striking were the ruins of broken marriages, broken fathers, broken mothers, broken families, broken children, and broken lives. Not to mention a broken generation, a broken culture, and a broken civilization. The goddess's work would go further and deeper still. Not only would she alter the purpose and nature of man and woman, she would erode the lines that separated them. She would merge them together. Is it possible that what we are now witnessing in our culture concerning the merging of genders metamorphosis of gender, the goddess would now take it to the next stage and level. The Asinu, Kurgaru, Kalu, and Gala. It is one thing to demasculinize the one and defeminize the other, but it is another to superimpose the one onto the other or to merge the two. But this was her power. It could be seen in her worship and priesthood, her priests and ministers, her temple singers, and her ritual performers. The Asinu, the Kurgaru, the Kalu, and the Gala were known for publicly bending and breaking the parameters and definitions of gender. They were men who had taken on the appearances and attributes of women. As Ishtar had masculinized herself, her male priests had feminized themselves, or had been feminized. They made themselves to appear as women. They dressed in women's garments. They made up their faces. Today, they would be called cross-dressers, transvestites, non-binary, by gender, or androgynous. The return of the androgynous god. So the cult of Ishtar overflowed, not only with sexuality and promiscuity, but androgyny. Ishtar herself, a female with male attributes, was an embodiment of androgyny. So too were her priests, as males with female attributes. One writer observed of the goddess, her androgyny is attested to in her cultic personnel, which included eunuchs and transvestites. And during her festival, young men carried hoops, a feminine symbol, while young women carried swords. So what would happen if the spirit of Ishtar took possession of America and Western culture? We would expect to see the merging of male and female, the confusing of the two, the feminization of males and the masculinization of females. And this, too, is exactly what happened. A strange thing accompanied the phenomenon. To speak of a man as being particularly masculine or manly, or as especially possessing male traits, was now increasingly looked upon with disdain. Similarly, to speak of a woman as being especially feminine or wifely fell into disfavor. If possessed by a male, maleness became a negative attribute. If possessed by a female, femininity became an attribute of little value and retrograde. On the other hand, if male traits were possessed by a woman, they were now to be celebrated and admired. And female traits, if possessed by a man, were now to be applauded as a virtue. What could account for such a strange inversion of nature and reality? It was all in keeping with the spirit of the goddess, who specialized in the masculinization of women and the feminization of men. The problem of biology. Female icons of popular music and youth culture, unlike those of early generations, now reveled in appearing wild, unruly, shocking, vulgar, and aggressive. Many of their male counterparts, on the other hand, would adorn themselves with eyeliner and lipstick and other trappings of femininity or androgyny. Cosmetics were now increasingly sold to male consumers. Attempts were made to masculinize women's fashion and feminize the fashion and appearance of men. This was precisely what the goddess would do, as attested by an ancient hymn sung in her praise. She adorns a man as a woman. She adorns a woman as a man. A concept that had never before existed in human history was invented to coincide with the metamorphosis. It was called gender identity. By this, it was now possible to divorce oneself from one's biological being. Everyone was now told that they possessed a gender or sexual identity that could very well be the opposite of what they were born as, contrary to their biological gender. All were now encouraged to consider whether they were, in fact, authentically other than what they were. Men were to consider whether they were, in fact, women, and women whether they were in reality men. Kingdom of Magic. The young were especially vulnerable, as it was their elders and teachers telling them that this was, in fact, the truth. The seeds were planted for boys to wonder if they were actually girls, and girls if they were boys. Dresses, they were told, were for boys as well as girls. Girls could be princes, and boys could be princesses. Age-old fairy tales now had to be altered in order to ensure that princes no longer rescued the princesses, and that the princesses now possessed a sufficient number of masculine attributes. And if a boy or girl desired to see their favorite fairy tale characters at Disney World, he or she would find that boys and girls no longer existed. The two words had now become a profanity never to be publicly spoken by the keepers of the Magic Kingdom. They had been made to magically disappear. It was all magic. The magic of the goddess. Ishtar's Storybook Hour. And if little children were not already sufficiently confused as to their sexual identities, they could now be brought to the public library, where a man wearing lipstick, false eyelashes, mascara, high heels, a wig, and a dress formed to simulate a woman's anatomy would read to them their favorite children's storybooks. They had once ministered as priests in the temples of Ishtar. Now they ministered to children in public libraries. In an ancient Hittite prayer, Ishtar is described as possessing the power to make young women dress as men on their right side, to make young men dress as women on their left side. So the spirit of Ishtar now again made young women dress as men and young men dress as women, and both dress as both and as neither. A strange spirit was now leading the culture in which adults now seemed to take great delight in encouraging children to take on the dress and attributes of the opposite gender. Return of the Gala priest. After ages of absence from the mainstream of Western civilization, transvestites, or as they were now often called, drag queens, began emerging from the shadows and onto the center stage of mainstream culture. In the days of the goddess, they had basked in the limelight of ancient pagan temples as her Gala priests. She had returned, so it was inevitable that they would return as well. As in their ancient glory days, they were now again celebrated and enshrined in the limelight of mainstream culture. They had returned with the goddess to again officiate, minister, and preside as high priests of modern culture. And still, the goddess was not finished. There was another step, another realm to be entered, and another transformation to be set in motion. This one would most converge on a specific site, at a specific time, a specific event. It would be there, in the streets of New York City, that the goddess would take her stand, and from there that she would cast a new spell and set in motion a new metamorphosis that would change American culture and that of the world. Chapter 31. Priests, Gods, and Shadows. It was the line that the goddess crossed at the end of the 1960s that would trigger a metamorphosis of morality, ethics, values, society, culture, perception, and human nature of seismic proportions. The altering of desire. It was all there, implicit from the beginning, and made clear over and over again in the ancient inscriptions. May Ishtar, mistress of battle and conflict, turn his masculinity into femininity. She was continually praised for her power to turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man. Implicit in the changing of sexuality is the changing of desire. A man transformed by the goddess into a woman would presumably now desire men. A woman changed into a man would presumably desire women. This brings us into the realm of altered desire. The goddess herself boasted of being able to change back and forth between female and male. Though unspoken, it would as a man for a woman. Beyond that, she was the one especially invoked when one was seeking to alter another's romantic or sexual desire. She was the sorceress. It was her power to change desire. Then there were her priests, her performers, the cultic ministers of her temples, the men who dressed in female garments and took on female appearance. They would serve as examples of her power to alter sexuality. But their transformation went beyond clothing or outward appearance. Some took on women's names. Some would sing the cultic songs in the female dialect. Some even took on roles akin to consorts or wives. Exile of the Asinu. Thus, it was more than appearance or mannerisms. It was sexual. Ancient Akkadian texts give instructions to men on having sexual relations with the Asinu, Ishtar's feminized men. It was thus a feature of the goddess's worship for her male priests to perform sexual acts with other men. A large part of Ishtar's priesthood would today be classified as homosexuals or gay, and her cult as one of androgyny, transvestitism, and cross-genderism. When Western civilization turned away from paganism and the gods and goddesses went into exile, the condoning of homosexuality and other related behaviors came to an end. When the goddess went into exile and her temples closed, the Asinu priests and her other cross-gendered cultic personnel left the temples and followed the goddess into exile. They disappeared. In the new era and civilization, gender-crossing practices such as homosexuality and transvestitism would be seen as immoral, sinful inversions of the natural order. Such things would now be proscribed by codes of morality, societal convention, law, and scripture. The licentiousness and transgressions for which the goddess's sanctuaries were known would now fade into history, become distant memories, and then be forgotten. The emergence of the shadow men. But if the goddess was to return, what would we expect to happen? We would expect that the values and practices of her cult and worship would return as well. In other words, if the goddess whose religion involved the acceptance, the open practice, the sanctification, and the enshrinement of homosexuality was to return, then her return would again bring about the acceptance, the open practice, and the sanctification of homosexuality, and its re-enshrinement in Western civilization. And that is exactly what would happen. The goddess would cause homosexuality to come out of the shadows, out of the realm of the forbidden, and introduce it to a civilization to which it was alien and taboo. And when that would take place, it would not be so much a diverting of the sexual revolution, but its logical conclusion. The two priesthoods. The dynamic could be seen in the goddess's ancient cult of worship. Her female priests and workers, the Harimtu, the Kazertu, the Samhatu, and the Ishtaru, engaged in sexual activity outside of marriage, but they did so with men. So sexuality was at first removed from the one context, that of the marital covenant, but remained within the other, male-female sexuality. But with Ishtar's male priesthood, from the Asinu to the Gala, the divorcing of sexuality from its natural or traditional context, its decontextualization, was taken to another level. The goddess's male priests removed sexuality from gender, from its biological context of male and female. Thus, they represented a deeper level of decontextualization. One priesthood led into the other, or one stage of decontextualization and deconstruction would lead into the next. The deconstruction of sex. In the same way, it was the sexual revolution that led to the normalization of homosexuality. If sexuality could be removed from the context of marriage, as in the sexual revolution, then it could also be removed from the context of gender, as in the normalization of homosexuality. It was for that reason that the seminal event that introduced homosexuality into the mainstream of Western civilization did not take place at the beginning of the sexual revolution in the early 1960s, but at the decade's end. And, as with Ishtar's male priesthood, it would represent a further and deeper stage in the decontextualization and deconstruction of sexuality. It went hand in hand with another of the goddess's works. She had already begun separating husbands and wives and blurring the distinctions between male and female. If men and women were now interchangeable in every other realm, then it was only a matter of time before they would be seen as interchangeable in the realm of sexuality. So the emergence of homosexuality in American and Western culture was the fruit of several movements, all of which had a common denominator: the goddess. Seismic night. It would all come to a head in 1969 on a summer night on the streets of New York City in an explosion. It concerned a bar called the Stonewall Inn. It would lead into days of rage and violence and would trigger a new movement and a cultural transformation. It was there, in the streets of New York City, that the goddess would make her stand and bring what had been hidden in the shadows into the spotlight of American culture, then Western culture, and finally, the world. Her agenda was ultimately to take a Christian civilization, alter its values, its perception of marriage, gender, and sexuality, until it had been transformed into a pagan civilization. As with the other transformations, it would have to be carried out step by step, first by mentioning the unmentionable, then by making the shocking familiar. From there, the culture would be moved to toleration, then acceptance. That which was once unmentionable would become established, celebrated, championed, and then enforced. As she had introduced the transformation on the streets of New York, she would then introduce it into media, film, theater, television, music, politics, law, the educational system, children's cartoons, cereal boxes, everywhere. It would continue its saturation until there was hardly a facet of modern culture that had not been touched or altered by it. Laws would be overturned, and what was formerly illegal would now be celebrated. The overturning of something so basic to civilization as the male-female paradigm and norm would prove especially potent in the transformation of American and Western culture. The other coming out. When the gods departed from Western civilization, the open practice of homosexuality went with them. Both disappeared into the shadows and fringes. Therefore, the reappearance of homosexuality onto the center stage of Western civilization, its reemergence from the shadows and closets of that civilization after 2,000 years, was a sign. There were others who were also reemerging. There were likewise coming out of the shadows at the fringes of Western civilization after 2,000 years, the gods. Round 2. It would signify, as well, another change of colossal magnitude. With the disappearance of the gods and that of the open practice of homosexuality, it was a sign that Western civilization had turned to the gospel, to the Christian faith. Therefore, the return of homosexuality to the center of Western civilization was a sign not only of the return of gods, but of a seismic change with regard to spirituality. It was a sign that Western civilization was turning away from the Christian faith. After nearly 2,000 years, the bond joining together that civilization and that faith was beginning to dissolve. Each major step taken toward the establishment of homosexuality would be matched by an inverse step toward the disestablishment of Christianity. Every movement to celebrate homosexuality would lead to an inverse movement away from Judeo-Christian faith or the attacking of biblical values. The embracing of the morality embodied by the goddess was both a measure of and an instrument for the de-Christianization of America and Western civilization. The goddess was now casting a deeper spell. She had altered desires and the perception of a nation. The civilization that had once stood for Christian values was now championing the very things it had once condemned and condemning the very things it had once championed. It was celebrating what it had once forbidden and forbidding what it had once celebrated. America and Western culture would be converted and would become pagan. And yet she was not finished. The mystery and metamorphosis had to proceed to its next and even deeper stage. What would happen next had its origins in the goddess's ancient hymns, in the ministers of her cult, in her powers, and in a mysterious entity from her mythology. Chapter 32. The Altered. The next stage in the transforming of sexuality and gender would strike many as especially strange and alien, and yet its origins were ancient, and its mystery could be found in the temples of the goddess. The work of a sorceress. That the power of the goddess was to turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man, to change one into the other, implies more than the clothing of transvestitism, the desires of homosexuality, or even an identification with the opposite sex. In its most literal or ultimate understanding, it would mean the actual transformation of a man into a woman and a woman into a man. It would mean that the goddess had the power to physically transform a member of one sex into the other. It was again the act of magic, the work of a sorceress. To turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man was to transition one sex into another. It was an act of transsexualization or transgenderism. A person so transitioned by the goddess had become transsexual. Ninshubar. Ishtar's personal assistant was a deity named Ninshubar. Ninshubar was female, a goddess, but she was of a strange nature. She continually changed her genders. In the service of other gods, Ninshubar was male, but in the presence of Ishtar, she became female, and back and forth again. Thus, Ishtar's assistant was a transsexual being. It was Ishtar who would transform herself from female to male and back again. In this sense, Ishtar herself was transsexual. So it should be no surprise that transsexuality should appear in both her mythology and her worship. The intersex beings. In the myth of her descent to the underworld and her imprisonment there, two beings were created to enable her escape. One was called the Kurgara, and the other the Galatur. They were described as intersex beings, not quite one or the other, or those who moved in between the two. The names Kurgara and Galatur were also the titles of the gender-crossing cultic personnel that ministered in Ishtar's temples. In the Akkadian version of the myth, the being sent to rescue Ishtar from the underworld was called Asus Hunamir, the Asinu. Again, it was an intersexual, transsexual, or transgender entity, and again, the name or appellation was also the title of Ishtar's cultic ministers, the Asinu. In fact, the meaning of the name Asinu is man-woman. An ancient description of the goddess's ministers says this: they turned out the Kurgaru and Asinu at Iana, whose manhood Ishtar changed to womanhood to strike awe into the people. The surgeon goddess. To transform manhood into womanhood, to strike awe into the people, would speak of something more substantial than effeminate behaviors and the wearing of women's garments. An ancient inscription from southern Turkey speaks of Ishtar's altering of sexuality in especially graphic terms. May Ishtar impress feminine parts into his male parts. The cult of the goddess is believed to have involved castration. Many of her priests and cultic personnel are believed to have been eunuchs, having been castrated as part of obtaining the position or having been castrated earlier in their lives. Some are believed to have castrated themselves. Later historical accounts describe the worshippers and cultic personnel of related deities as castrating themselves in the midst of worship. In one way or another, they were surgically altered. It was, for them, an attempt to rid themselves of the characteristics of the gender in which they were born and move one step closer to the gender they sought to emulate. Because of their castration, the amount of the male hormone testosterone that circulated in their bodies would be drastically reduced. This, in turn, would lead to the minimizing of other male characteristics. All this was combined with the wearing of women's garments and adornments. The goddesses, priests, and cultic ministers were the transsexuals of the ancient world. A more extreme stage. So, if the goddess was to return to the modern world, what would we expect to take place? We would expect the trappings and characteristics of her priesthood to likewise return. We would expect her powers to transform sexuality and gender to again be demonstrated. In short, we would expect the return of transsexuality or transgenderism. And this, again, is exactly what happened. Transsexuality and transgenderism represent a more extreme form or stage in the blurring and deconstruction of gender than that of transvestitism and homosexuality. Therefore, we would expect the return of transsexuality and transgenderism to mainstream culture to happen at a still later stage in the goddess's transformations, and so it did. The very first attempts at surgically altering an individual's sexuality were made in the early 20th century. By the 1960s, the procedure was still an extremely rare oddity. The terms transgenderism and transgenderal first appeared in the mid to late 1960s. The term transgender is believed to have been officially coined in 1965. It was in the 1990s that the term first attained widespread usage. But it was in the 21st century that the phenomenon of transsexuality or transgenderism exploded onto the stage of world culture, centering again on the focal point of the goddess's return, America, and Western culture. The vulnerable. Ishtar was most often portrayed as a young woman. When she spoke of her transitioning from one gender to another, she spoke of becoming an exuberant young man or a noble young man. The word young is of significance. If the gods are to alter a nation or transform a civilization, if they are to take control of its future, they must, as we have seen, possess its young. And so when it came to the confusing of gender and the breaking of its distinctions, it was the young who would be especially vulnerable. No generation had been so subjected to a barrage of gender blurring and confusion as that which came of age in the early part of the 21st century. And it was then that a massive change took place. The number of young people and children in America and the West identifying as transgender in America exploded. From 2009 to 2018, the number of girls seeking gender transition treatments in the United Kingdom alone skyrocketed by 4,515%. It was another phenomenon unprecedented in human history. What was equally unprecedented was the fact that the greatest increases in those seeking or being referred to gender reassignment were now young women. A generation possessed by the goddess was now doing as the goddess boasted of having done. Young women were now seeking to become young men. Suffer the little children. The altering of children's bodies now became big business. Abortion facilities all over America added the transitioning of males into females and females into males to their services of killing unborn children. In this, they performed under one roof the rites of multiple gods. And since children were a captive audience as they sat in their classrooms, the spirit of the goddess came upon the public school system. School children were now being inducted into transgenderism through the words and authority of their teachers. They would be taught that they could decide if they were to be a boy or girl. They would then be questioned as to what sex they really were, and if they were not actually other than they had thought they were. They would then be led into the process of being transitioned. They were too young to understand the ramifications of what was happening. The process of reassigning their gender would begin, often while their parents were kept from knowing what was happening to their child. The altered. Children's entertainment, cartoons, video games, television, social media, movies, and other children's media and influences joined in the barrage. As a result, masses of children were subjected to hormonal treatments that would irreversibly alter and damage their bodies, their health, and their lives. Many of them were transitioned and sterilized for life before they even knew what sexuality was. Celebrities, government leaders, educators, business leaders, physicians, surgeons, and activists all joined the crusade to promote the altering of children. It defied rationality and common sense. What could have possessed them to embrace and champion such a thing that in any previous generation would have been viewed as madness? What possessed them was the spirit of the goddess. And so multitudes of children and youths were now being inducted into the metamorphosis undergone by the priests and ministers of the goddess in order to become her servants. But unlike in ancient times, the goddess was not interested in merely one class of people to serve as her priesthood. She was now after an entire generation, and an entire generation was now being prepared to embody in one form or another the gender confusion of the goddess, and to unwittingly serve as her priesthood. And it was not the goddess alone. The gods had always had a special interest in destroying children. If their sacrificial knives could not touch them before their births, they would touch them now. An idol of one's own being. If, in a pagan universe, one fashions one's own idol, builds one's own god, and thus creates one's own reality, then in such a universe, one can create or recreate the reality of oneself. So as the work of the gods and the paganization of the West progressed, a woman could decide that her personal reality was that she was actually a man, or for that matter, an animal, or any other being. But in order to put one's reality into effect, one must nullify the reality that actually exists. Thus, in order to create what is not reality, one must nullify what is reality. And to recreate oneself, one must nullify one's own existence. Self-creation, thus, becomes an act of self-destruction. And to create one's own reality is to make an idol. And to create it out of oneself is to make an idol of one's own being. And in the act of transitioning, one must carve the idol so that it conforms to the reality one wants to create. And so the alteration of gender would always involve the act of self-destruction. The destruction of women. The destruction would go beyond that of individuals. It would affect society as a whole. Feminists began noticing a new phenomenon: the destruction or erasure of women. The word woman was being struck from official documents and discourse, replaced with phrases such as people with uteruses, or not replaced at all. Men too were being erased. So too were sisters and brothers. Mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. The abolition of man. It was the mission of the gods to eradicate human nature, humanity, the abolition of man. They promised that one could do with one's being and life whatever one believed or imagined. But if one could give one's life and being to any purpose, it would mean that one's life and being had no real, intrinsic, absolute, or ultimate purpose. And if there is no absolute or ultimate purpose to one's life, then one's life has no ultimate meaning or value, and thus one's life becomes disposable. Man, woman, humanity, each person, each life. Thus, what the gods presented as freedom was actually destruction. And what they promised as fulfillment was, in the end, the abolition of man. Is it possible that one of the most pivotal movements of modern times was not only begun by the goddess, but indwelled at its birth by her presence? Is it possible that the event that triggered this movement not only was saturated with the elements of her mythology, but was its replaying? We are now about to remove the veil on an event that altered American and world culture. In its removal, we will see how an ancient Mesopotamian deity indwelled the streets of New York City. Part 8. Explosion. Chapter 33. Night of the Goddess. The return of the goddess could be discerned from the beginning of the sexual revolution. But what we are about to see is how a single event would embody her entrance into modern culture in a way no other event ever had. More than any other, this one event would open the door for the altering of values in the realm of sexuality, marriage, gender, family, even the Bible, Christianity, and the ways of God. Stonewall. It would be known as Stonewall. It would come to be commemorated every year in nearly every part of the globe. It would represent an explosion that would begin leavening through American culture, Western culture, and then the world. Is it possible that this event was not only a conflagration of social unrest, disorder, and upheaval, but of spiritual forces? Is it possible that behind it all was the spirit of the goddess and her mythology? What is now known as Stonewall, or the Stonewall Riots, or the Stonewall Uprising, took its name from the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar of Greenwich Village in New York City. As with other gay bars in the city, it was owned and operated by the Mafia. In late June of 1969, the police raided it. Such raids were not uncommon for several reasons. Beyond the fact that homosexual acts were not legal, the bar was operating illegally without a proper liquor license. The bar owners would typically bribe the police to allow them to function, and the police on their part would often alert the owners before carrying out a raid. Explosion. The raid began in the early hours of the night. There were an estimated 200 people at the bar that night. During the raid, the police cleared most of them out and focused their efforts on the bar's employees and a number of cross-dressers whom they pressed for identification. Soon, they began loading some of those they had kept for questioning into a police van. A multitude of patrons remained standing outside, along with curious onlookers. During one of the arrests, something took hold of the crowd, an agitation, then a spirit of rage, and then an explosion. The crowd started taunting the police officers, and then hurling objects at them, bottles, rocks, and reportedly bricks. The rage was so fierce, and the situation so dangerous, that the police retreated into the bar, barricading themselves in fear of their lives. The charging the bar, attempting to break open its front door to get to them. Eventually, help came for the barricaded police, but the rage and uprising went on. The Stonewall riots continued for days. At the time, it appeared as an oddity, a disturbance on the fringes of society. Most people had no idea it had even happened. But the repercussions of what happened that night would grow and deepen with the passing of each year. In time, those joining the commemorations of Stonewall and the movement it represented would number in the multiplied millions. Ancient doors and spirits. We have spoken of the door that had closed to the gods in ancient times. Stonewall was a key part of its reopening. In view of that, it should come as no surprise that it was an event of rage, upheaval, and violence. The ancient door was now being pummeled and forced to open. Spirits were entering in, and gods were returning. And so, with regard to the realm of spirits and gods, what took place at Stonewall was of great significance. And it was not only the police and the multitudes who were there that night, but in the midst of the crowd was the goddess. What happened that night went beyond the natural realm. Those involved in it, no matter what side they were on, had no idea. They were only vessels or pawns in an ancient mystery. We are now going to pull back the veil on what took place on that June night in New York City. Behind that veil, we will discover another realm, a world of convergences, spirits and flesh, the ancient world and the modern, the mythological and the real. Was there a reason that what happened that night had to take place in New York City? And is it possible that the reason goes back to the goddess and her mythology? Chapter 34. The Wondrous Gate. The return of the goddess had ushered in the sexual revolution, but the revolution that was now about to begin would require its own entrance. The goddess would need a portal through which to enter, and by which to bring back into Western civilization that which had been kept out. She would need to come to the gate. Ishtar at the gate. Ishtar had always been drawn to gates. Among her most prominent symbols was a pair of standards referred to as gateposts. And one of the most famous of all archaeological remains is that of the Ishtar Gate that opened the way to the city of Babylon. So too, gates played a central role in her descent to the underworld. She demanded their opening. She would open them one way or another. It was her nature. She was the trespasser of boundaries. What she was now about to force open was the long-closed door, the locked gateway of Western civilization. She would have to come to the gateway to do it. In the late 20th century, America was the leading power of Western civilization and of what could still be called Christian civilization. She would come to its gateway. The goddess in New York City. America had one gateway above all others. It was the gateway through which millions entered and departed the nation, and through which trade, commerce, commodities, culture, and ideas poured in and out. It was the gate by which its most iconic statue lifted up its lamp beside the golden door. The gate was, of course, New York City. So the goddess who, in ancient times, was always drawn to the gate, would now, upon her return, come to the central gate of American and Western civilization, New York City. An offering of first fruits. One of the ancient inscriptions of her mythology tells of how she approached a wondrous gate. In the evening she came forth with authority and stood in the street before a wondrous gate. She she made an offering of first fruits. So now again, the goddess would come in the evening and stand in the street before America's wondrous gate, New York City. In the myth, she makes an offering of first fruits. First fruits refers to an offering or sacrifice that marks a beginning. So the goddess would now lift up her offering at the gate of America, the first fruits, the beginning of a movement that would transform American culture and the world. So there, at America's gateway, she would begin the opening of the ancient door. It would not open freely, but she was the goddess who boasted of the power to force open what had been closed to her. Open your gate. In the mythology of her descent to the underworld, she stands at the gate and calls out, "Gatekeeper Ho, open your gate. Open your gate that I may enter." She would not be kept out. So in the summer of 1969, the goddess came to the gate and to Stonewall. That night, her spirit would indwell the multitude, who would then demand that long-closed door be opened to them. That night, it would all begin, and the movement that would transform world culture would begin, as it had to, at the gate. What is the Eshdam? And could it have pinpointed the exact location in which the explosion had to take place? Chapter 35. The Eshdam. Ishtar dwelled in a place called the Eshdam. What was it? The tavern. Eshdam was the ancient Mesopotamian word for a tavern, pub, or inn. The tavern was especially linked to the goddess. She was the protector of the Eshdam, the patroness of taverns. Of the goddess's special relationship to the tavern, one writer observed, "From this period and into the first millennium BCE, the tavern or alehouse was Inanna, Ishtar's special province, and one that she personally safeguarded." The ancient hymns that sing her praise make a point of noting the connection between the two. The goddess sits in the Eshdam and there makes her living. The connection between the two was so strong that the Eshdam could be seen as her home. One writer notes, "It may be that images of her home, as the tavern was sometimes called, automatically enlisted that aspect of Inanna, Ishtar, which specifically protected the local pub." The Stonewall Eshdam. The goddess not only dwelled in the tavern, but would use it for her purposes. So upon her return to the modern world, it was not only that she would enter by the gate, but that she would be sure to find an Eshdam, a tavern, to use for her purposes. And so it was no accident that on that evening in the last days of June 1969, the workings of the goddess would converge as they had in ancient times on an Eshdam. In this case, the Eshdam was called Stonewall. Stonewall was the fulfillment of the ancient Mesopotamian world. It was a tavern, a bar, an alehouse. It was the natural setting for the goddess's dwelling and workings. There was hardly another place on earth more fitting by which to make her entrance. It had to begin there. House of Ale. Ishtar's ancient Eshdams were known for one alcoholic beverage in particular, beer. The word can more specifically also be translated as beer house or ale house. The goddess dwelled in a house of beer. So Stonewall was especially known for one beverage above all others, beer. Visitors described it as being heavily saturated with the smell of beer. So as soon as one walked through its doors, one was met with the aroma of the Eshdam. Beer was also central in the sacred libations offered up to Ishtar and the gods. Fermenting vats were used in religious rituals, spells, and incantations. The liquid was believed to possess magical powers. The Eshdam, or alehouse, was believed to be a supernaturally charged space in possession of the goddess. So on that hot summer night of 1969, the Eshdam would again become supernaturally charged and possessed by the goddess. House of Altered Gender. Another element of the Eshdam was sexuality. The goddess confessed to using the Eshdam to procure sexual relationships. So at Stonewall, the element of sexuality was ever present. It was the issue of sexuality that distinguished Stonewall from most other bars in the city. And it was that issue of sexuality that ignited the explosion. The goddess connects her altering of gender to a particular place. When I sit in the alehouse, Eshdam, I am a woman, and I am an exuberant young man. Thus, in the presence of the goddess, the Eshdam became the place where the lines of gender were blurred and broken, and where the nature of sexuality was altered, where a woman became a man, and a man a woman. And so it was with Stonewall. It was the Eshdam where the lines of gender were blurred, crossed, and broken. It was the Eshdam in which sexuality was altered and from which that altering would spread to the world. Judgment House. The Eshdam would play another role in Ishtar's mythology. The holy Inanna Ishtar made enter her Eshdam. She stood in judgment, decreed their fate. The goddess is described as entering the Eshdam, or alehouse, to bring vengeance. The Eshdam thus becomes the goddess's ground on which to redress her grievances, punish offenses, and exact retribution. On the night the riot began, the Eshdam of Stonewall again became the site where offenses were punished, grievances redressed, and scores evened. That night, the multitude, inflamed by the spirit of the goddess, attempted to enter her Eshdam and stand in judgment against a civilization they believed had sinned against them. Go down to your alehouse. One Mesopotamian text says this of the goddess: Harlot, you go down to the alehouse. So in the summer of 1969, the goddess known as the Harlot went down to the alehouse. Ishtar went down to Stonewall. Though it might come across as strange to Western ears, in ancient Mesopotamian texts, the word for tavern or alehouse is at times joined to the Mesopotamian word for holy. The goddess is spoken of as possessing the holy Eshdam, the sacred alehouse, the holy tavern. The tavern became something akin to her temple, hallowed ground. And so the bar known as Stonewall would become enshrined as a holy place. It was no accident that the movement that disseminated the ways of the goddess would hallow as its sacred shrine, its temple, Stonewall, its sacred alehouse, the holy Eshdam. There was more to the goddess's dwelling place, or Eshdam. One more element from her mythology was needed to complete it. It would be there at Stonewall, and it would play a central part in the explosion of that night. Chapter 36. House of the Harem Tomb. Ishtar was goddess and patroness of taverns and prostitutes. We would therefore expect the two to come together. The alehouse harlot. In one of the Mesopotamian myths that speak of her powers and possessions, the goddess is told, "You have brought with you the cultic prostitute. You have brought with you the holy tavern." She was in charge of the prostitute and the holy tavern. As goddess of the Harimtu, or prostitute, and of the Eshdam, or alehouse, Ishtar was the embodiment of both. She was the Eshdam Harimtu, the alehouse harlot, or tavern prostitute. In one of her hymns, the goddess says this: "When I sit by the gate of the tavern, I am a prostitute." Here, the three elements of the goddess converge: the gate, the tavern, or alehouse, and the prostitute. The tavern, if not an official house of prostitution, was a house in which prostitutes dwelled and operated. The Stonewall prostitutes. So, could the other element of the goddess, that of the prostitute, also have manifested on the night of Stonewall? It did. Talk and rumors of prostitution had always surrounded the bar. There were reports of a prostitution ring being operated on the second floor. There were even reports of prostitution taking place within the bar itself. But beyond that was Stonewall's other and more visible link to prostitution. The tavern had become a center, a haven and gathering place for the male prostitutes, sex workers, and street hustlers of Lower Manhattan. The prostitution over which Ishtar presided in ancient times was not confined to female sex workers. The functions of the Asinu, Ishtar's feminized males, undoubtedly overlapped into the realm and functions of prostitution. A Sumerian inscription describing the goddess's festivals says this: "Tightening their hair grips for her, male prostitutes parade before her, holy Inanna, Ishtar. Their locks of hair at the back are adorned for her with colored rags." The Harimtu Revolution. Not only were male prostitutes a central part of the Stonewall Inn, but they actually led the uprising. One of the most prominent leaders in that uprising and in the movement that followed was a drag performer named Marsha Johnson, who worked at night as a male prostitute. She was one among several others. So, on that summer night at Stonewall, the two elements, the Harimtu and the Eshdam, the prostitute and the alehouse, converged, just as they had converged in ancient times under the patronage of the goddess. That night, the goddess's modern-day Asinu, her male prostitutes, were there on the streets, gathered around her modern-day Eshdam to ignite the explosion. So the movement that would transform Western culture was started by prostitutes, just as it was begun by the prostitute goddess, the alehouse harlot. But why Stonewall? Why there, as opposed to other taverns or alehouses? Was there something more to it? Is it possible that the answer lies in ancient tablets that pinpointed Stonewall as the place in which it had to happen? Chapter 37. The Stonewall. The goddess had always been known as the one who broke down barriers. She came to New York for that purpose. So, there could not have been a more appropriate name for the place where she would break down that barrier than Stonewall. But could there be more to the mystery? The Goddess on the Wall. The Epic of Gilgamesh contains a vivid description of the goddess's rage. Ishtar attempts to seduce the hero Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, in a blunt and cutting discourse, spurns her advances. Ishtar retaliates by calling down the Bull of Heaven to wreak destruction on the earth. Gilgamesh and his associate, Enkidu, slay the bull. Ishtar then mounted the Great Wall of Uruk. The goddess takes her stand on top of the city wall, and there gives vent to her anguish and anger and calls down curses on those who offended her. So the goddess who vented her fury on the city wall, now, on the night that she would vent her fury on an entire civilization, chose as her focal point the place called Stonewall. There, she took her stand and made it her platform. And from there, she unleashed her anguish and fury. The Wall of Uruk. The ancient wall of Uruk, on which the goddess stood, was made up of bricks. On the night of Stonewall, bricks had a prominent place. The Stonewall Inn itself was known for its facade, a wall of bricks. Beyond that, the Stonewall riots were begun with the hurling of objects at the police. No one knows exactly what those first objects were, but it was reported to have been bricks. Bricks became a key part of the Stonewall mythology. The question, who threw the first brick at Stonewall, became a rallying cry for the movement. It is known that brick-like stones were dug up from nearby tree pits and were among the objects hurled at the police officers at the beginning of the uprising. The Stone and the Stonewall. The immediate event that led Ishtar to stand on the wall and cast down her curses was Gilgamesh's slaying of the Bull of Heaven. But behind the slaying, the seminal offense that triggered all that followed was Gilgamesh's scathing rejection of the goddess's advances. As she stands on the wall, it is the first thing she speaks of. Woe unto Gilgamesh, who slandered me. How had Gilgamesh slandered the goddess? He presented a case against her. If he became her lover, it would bring him calamity and sorrow, as it had her past lovers, Tammuz, and a long line of others. The goddess brought harm and destruction to those who loved her. She was toxic, unstable, and deadly. In his devastating attack on her history and nature, he used pictures, symbols. One of these is of particular note. The goddess, he said, is a stone that buckles out the stone wall. The other stone wall. Thousands of years before the uprising of Stonewall, the words stone wall were inscribed on clay tablets. The word Stonewall was used in connection with the goddess of sexuality, of taverns, of prostitutes, of transvestitism, transsexuality, homosexuality, and the crossing of genders. Stonewall were the words and symbol used to speak of the goddess's destructive consequences on the world around her, and specifically on her own people, her lovers. Stonewall was used in the condemnation that caused her offense and ignited her fury. Now, the word Stonewall would again be joined to the goddess. Again, it would be used to cause her offense and ignite her fury. And again, it would become the symbol of her rage. The riots that erupted that night would leave Stonewall broken, burnt, and shattered. According to the ancient accusation in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the goddess would cause the stone wall to buckle. It was the most fitting of names and places, for at Stonewall, the goddess would cause another wall, a wall of ancient origins, the moral hedge that had served Western civilization for nearly 2,000 years, to likewise buckle and collapse. There was an ancient symbol linked to the goddess's power. It would accompany her when she entered into battle. It was the first sign of her coming. Therefore, when the goddess entered into battle at Stonewall, is it possible that she was accompanied by her ancient sign, and that it was the first sign of her coming there? Chapter 38. The Lion's Head. With the exception of the planet Venus, the star of Ishtar, no other image was so prominently associated with the goddess as was the lion. Labatu, the lioness. The goddess was called Labatu, the lioness. The title spoke of her power, her ferocity, and her savagery in battle. It appears in several ancient prayers and poems. Inanna, Ishtar, great light, lioness of heaven, my lady, lioness of battles, who challenges foreign lands. In heaven and on earth you roar like a lion and devastate the people. Like a fearsome lion you pacify the insubordinate and unsubmissive with your gall. On harnessed lions she cuts to pieces him who shows no respect. She who rides the lion. No other animal was so associated with the goddess. None other so graphically embodied her. It was the symbol of her divinity. It was the lion that carried her into battle. She is described as riding a chariot driven by 7 lions, and in carved reliefs, she stands on the back of a lion or lions as she rides into war. Her power was so great that even the king of beasts yielded to her will and obeyed her commands. Thus, the lion was her chosen platform from which she would wage war and inflict vengeance. The lion's head. But there was one part of the animal that most strongly displayed her power and dominance: the lion's head. The goddess is depicted in carved reliefs as holding reins by which she turns the lion's head and directs the course of her entrance. In other reliefs, she places her foot on top of the lion's head. It was a sign of total dominance and uncontested power. Ishtar was the goddess who stood on the lion's head. Then there was the tactical dimension. The lion's head was the first, most glaring, and most terrifying sight that an enemy would see as Ishtar approached to wreak destruction. The lion's head became, in and of itself, a symbol of her power. It was the lion's head that crowned her scepter, and when she rode into battle, she would often brandish a curved sword, a scimitar, crowned with the lion's head. The symbol would serve as a reminder to her adversaries of the ferocity of her destructive power. The other Eshdam. If the goddess was to enter into battle, to engage in spiritual and cultural warfare, is it possible that the sign that accompanied her entrance into warfare in ancient times would manifest again? If Stonewall and Greenwich Village were to be the site where the war was to be launched, is it possible that the sign of her approach would specifically manifest there? The sign appeared, and it did so in the same setting as did Stonewall, in fact, on the same street. It appeared just 2 doors down from Stonewall's front entrance. Like Stonewall, it was a bar, an alehouse, an Eshdam, dwelling place of the goddess. It chose as its symbol and its name a part of an animal. It was called the lion's head, the same sign that, in ancient times, represented the power of the goddess as she entered into war. The sign of her approaching. As the lion's head would be the first sight of the goddess's approach in battle, so the Lion's Head Tavern appeared in Greenwich Village in 1966. It was the first sign of what was approaching. Later that same year, 3 members of the Mafia purchased the property that would become Stonewall. The following year, 1967, Stonewall opened its door. So, as in ancient times, the lion's head was the first sign that the goddess was coming. In ancient times, the lion's head had accompanied the goddess into war. It would again. Its appearance on Christopher Street in Greenwich Village was the first sign that a war was about to begin and that it would be led by the goddess. Standing on the lion's head. After the Stonewall Uprising, one of the leading organizations of gay advocacy set up offices in Greenwich Village. Its headquarters were now located directly above the Lion's Head. It would now wage the goddess's war, just as the goddess had waged her wars in ancient times, stationed on top of the symbol of her power, the Lion's Head. To the goddess was the power to seize and possess human vessels. If she was the principality behind the uprising at Stonewall, if she was inciting it, then is it possible that on the night of the uprising she exercised the power to seize and possess? Is it possible that those who played a key part in igniting the explosion were acting as her avatars? And is it possible that one of them even appeared in her image? Chapter 39. The Avatars. The word avatar comes from a Sanskrit root word meaning descent. In Eastern religion, it speaks of the descent or manifestation of a deity in bodily form, an incarnation. we will use it here to speak of a human being who serves as a vessel for the incarnation of a god, as in a spirit, a host. Ishtar's avatars. The phenomenon, as we have seen, was common in ancient times and in pagan cultures, where the spirit of a god possessed its worshippers. We saw it in the ancient priests and priestesses who served as messengers of the gods. And we saw that the goddess Ishtar was especially known for possessing human vessels. So could the goddess, upon her return, use and inhabit a human vessel? Could her spirit possess and animate that vessel to act as her proxy? Could there have been at Stonewall an avatar? The warrior woman. If so, we would expect her to be like the goddess, female, and yet it would seem unlikely for a woman to play a central role in the Stonewall Uprising, as the overwhelming majority, some would say as much as 98% of the bar's patrons were male. But there was at Stonewall that night a human vessel, a host, an avatar of the goddess, and it was a woman. We might expect the avatar to have been, like the goddess, female but with male attributes. And this is exactly what she was. A woman with male attributes. As Ishtar was a fighter, we might expect her avatar to be as well. And so she was. As Ishtar was fierce, so too was her avatar. And it was this one, in the likeness of the goddess, who would serve as the primary instrument to ignite the uprising. Arresting the goddess. In the myth of Ishtar's descent to the world of the dead, the goddess throws herself in a rage at Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld. Ereshkigal responds by ordering her arrest and imprisonment. Ereshkigal opened her mouth and spoke to Namtar, her messenger. She addressed herself, "Go, Namtar, imprison her in my palace." Ishtar is apprehended and imprisoned in the palace of Ereshkigal. So, as the mystery replayed, the woman who acted as Ishtar's avatar was apprehended and arrested. And it was that apprehension and that arrest that would trigger the riot and the movement that would alter world culture. The igniter. It happened as the police were making arrests of the patrons inside the bar, then taking them outside to the police wagon as the crowd outside stood watching. They brought out the woman with masculine features, the avatar, in handcuffs. According to eyewitnesses, she was fierce, violently fighting with at least 4 of the police officers as she shouted, protested her treatment, and cursed at them. The fighting was said to have lasted for about 10 minutes. It was then that she shouted to the crowd the words that would spark the uprising and the movement. "Why don't you guys do something?" She was then heaved into the back of the police wagon. It was at that moment that everything changed, and it all began. The Avengers. In the myth of Ishtar's descent, it was the goddess's disappearance, her apprehension and her imprisonment that led to the issuing of the appeal and call to release her. The call would be answered, depending on the version of the myth, by the Kurgara, the Galatur, or the Asinu. They were all intersexual beings, and their names were given to the goddess's priesthood, which included men dressed as women, men who had sexual relations with other men, male prostitutes, feminized men. So on the night of Stonewall, it was the apprehending and arrest of the goddess's avatar, the raging woman, that would produce the call to action. And those who would answer that call and rise up in the angered frenzy that became the Stonewall riots would be intersexual or cross-gendered individuals. They would include males dressed as females, males who had sexual relations with other males, male prostitutes, feminized men, as were the priests of the goddess, the Kurgara, the Galatur, and the Asinu, each of whom bore the name of the beings that came to her rescue in her imprisonment. The Cursed. The myth identifies another characteristic or people group. Upon Ishtar's return from the dead, the intersexual beings that came to her aid are cursed for doing so. The curse is invoked by Ereshkigal. It was this: "The sewers of the city shall be your drink. The shadow of the wall shall be your station. The threshold shall be your habitation. The besotted and the thirsty shall strike your cheek." In other words, they would live in the city as impoverished and homeless. They would dwell in the shadow of the city wall. So the other segment or characteristic of those who took part in the uprising was the homeless. They were the homeless male prostitutes who took refuge at Stonewall. They dwelled in the shadow of the wall, and they too would play a leading role in beginning the riots. They tear away the wife. In the myth of her return, the goddess is accompanied by demonic entities. They are described as having an agenda to separate man and woman, husband and wife, breaking apart marriage and family. They tear away the wife from a man's embrace. They snatch the son from a man's knee. They take the wife away from a man's embrace. So, the goddess's most dramatic return to the world would be joined to the spirits that separated man from woman and woman from man, and that would work toward the deconstruction of marriage and the disintegration of family. The moment of frenzy. As the fighting woman was put into the police wagon, a spirit took hold of the crowd and turned it into an angry mob. The situation quickly turned dangerous, and the crowd, in the accounts of eyewitnesses, went berserk. Who was the avatar? Who was the woman who incited the crowd and sparked the movement and everything that would follow? There is only one serious contender, a woman identified by name by several eyewitnesses. Though her later recollections were not always consistent, she would confide in and acknowledge to others that she was indeed the one. She was definitely at Stonewall that night and definitely fought back against the police. Whether she was the woman or one of them, she became the face of that resistance, the one who, in the mythology of Stonewall, sparked the uprising. Protector of the alehouse. In view of all this, her profile is striking. Like the goddess, she had masculine attributes. She was a male impersonator. Like the goddess, she was a fierce fighter. The goddess was the patron of the Eshtan, the protector of the alehouse. So the woman believed to have sparked the Stonewall uprising would become known for serving as a protector of the alehouse. She would work as a bouncer for the lesbian bars of Greenwich Village. She would patrol the streets of the village as their guardian. Charging storm. Ishtar was the goddess of storms. The storm loud, thundering storm. The identification of the goddess with the storm is so strong that in an ancient Mesopotamian hymn, she is herself addressed as a storm. Loud thundering storm, proud queen of the earth gods, supreme among the heaven gods, loud thundering storm. You make the heavens tremble and the earth quake. Great priestess, who can soothe your troubled heart? You flash like lightning over the highlands. You throw your firebrands across the earth. So the goddess was given the title Storm, and at Stonewall she would live up to it as she displayed her power, her anger and fury, and she entered into battle as a raging storm. So what was the name of the one who served as her avatar that night? The name of the one who became known for sparking the riots and the movement that came from Stonewall was unique. Her name was Stormy. Both the goddess and her avatar bore the name Storm. The Storm Unleashed. So the Stonewall Uprising and the movement that would trace itself to that uprising were ignited by a female with male attributes, a fighter, a protector of alehouses, a fierce, angry, raging leader of those who crossed the boundaries of gender, the inciter of a multitude of feminized men, a mysterious figure known as Stormy. Was it the goddess, or was it her avatar? That night it made no difference. It was both. They acted as one. Ishtar had returned. The same spirit that took hold of the multitude at Stonewall would, in time, take hold of millions. It all began that night when she set in motion a disturbance and a movement that would transform world culture. She would unleash a storm. In the midst of the fury and violence of the uprising, a strange thing happened. To an objective observer, it would have made no sense, but it too was part of the ancient mystery. It was the dance of the goddess. Chapter 40. The Dance of the Goddess. One of the strangest concepts in the lore of the goddess is summed up in the phrase, the dance of Ishtar. The strange thing about it is what it signified: war and destruction. It was a peculiar juxtaposition, the image of a dancing goddess against a backdrop of carnage, death, and devastation. An ancient inscription invokes the concept. Fiery glow that blazes against the enemy, who wreaks destruction on the fierce, dancing one, Ishtar, who masses the multitude. The Dance of Ishtar. On the opening night of the Stonewall riots, a strange thing happened. In the midst of the uprising, fighting, several of those involved began performing a dance. It was a bizarre convergence of music and dance performance on one hand, violence and destruction on the other. It was the dance of Ishtar. In ancient Mesopotamia, it was not only the goddess who bore the title of the Dancing One. Her priests, the Asinu, were also known for their dances. So in the midst of the Stonewall Uprising, Ishtar's modern-day Asinu performed a dance. It was also the ministry of the ancient Asinu to sing the goddess's sacred songs. So those who danced at Stonewall also sang a song. As the ancient Asinu would sing their songs in the female dialect as if they were women, so their modern counterparts at Stonewall likewise sang their song and danced as if they were women. Lovely locks, joy girls, and harlots. When Ishtar stood on the city wall and called down curses on Gilgamesh, she summoned her female ministers that they might share in her anguish. 3 different kinds of women are mentioned in the account. One translation renders them as the cultic women of lovely locks, joy girls, and harlots. All 3 were associated with prostitution. The first of the 3 mentioned was known in the original language as the Kazertu. The Kazertu were closely joined to Ishtar. The goddess's home city, Uruk, was known as the city of Kazertu. They served in Ishtar's temples, and aside from their association with prostitution, the Kazertu were known for making music. An ancient Sumerian tablet speaks of a girl who acted like a Kazertu, sang songs, and played games. The Kazertu, one writer observes, would be involved in a variety of tasks, including singing, playing instruments, dancing. The Kazertu, they who wear their hair in curls. Another writer notes of the Kazertu, the women have distinctive hairdos, sing songs, and dance in cultic performances. Accordingly, the Kazertu were especially ordained to sing the songs and dance the dances of Ishtar. As for their distinctive hairdos, the reason the earlier cited translation rendered the Kazertu as the lovely locks is because of the word Kazertu itself. Kazertu comes from the root word kazeru, which means to curl one's hair. So, Kazertu most specifically translates to and speaks of the women of Ishtar's cult who wore their hair in curls. The dancing girls. On the opening night of the Stonewall riots, accompanying the goddess's manifestation was the manifestation of the Kazertu. In some translations of the Epic of Gilgamesh, Ishtar's summoning of the Kazertu is rendered this way. Ishtar called together her people, the dancing and singing girls. Her dancing and singing girls is another translation of Kazertu. On the night of Stonewall, the goddess again called together her dancing and singing girls. Those engaged in the dance had no idea, but it was as if the spirit of the Kazertu had taken them over. They were men, but now they became as women, dancing women, singing girls. Their song was a lewd taunt of the police officers, but the lyrics were most significant. They began, "We are the Stonewall Girls." And then came the words that stretched back to the Akkadian of ancient Mesopotamia and to the goddess. They sang, "We wear our hair in curls." In the Akkadian tongue, it was equivalent to saying, "We are the Kazertu." And so it was that on the night of Stonewall, with the return of the goddess, the Kazertu, the dancing girls who wore their hair in curls, also returned. And as the dance of Ishtar went on, the crowd was driven into a frenzy. It was now that the riot became so dangerous that the police retreated and barricaded themselves inside the bar. At that, the spirit of the goddess grew even more furious. The elements of the ancient mystery were converging. The dance of the goddess was coalescing with battle and destruction. "I shall smash the door." The goddess and her people were locked out of Stonewall. But this was the goddess who refused to be kept out of any realm because of a closed gate or locked door. Her ancient inscriptions describe her threats to bring violence against the gates and doors that would not open to her. "If you do not open the gate for me to come in, I shall smash the door and shatter the bolt. I shall smash the doorpost and overturn the doors." The goddess had come to the gate of America. Now she would smash in the door. Possessed by her spirit, the mob began pounding and pummeling the bar's front door, attempting to shatter, smash, and break it open to get to the police officers inside. Stonewall was her dwelling place, her Eshdam. She would not be locked out. Lady of Fire. Ishtar was also the goddess of fire. An ancient hymn celebrates her use of the element to bring destruction in battle. Raining blazing fire down upon the land, lady who rides upon a beast, destroyer of the foreign lands, you confer strength on the storm. Their great gateways are set afire. So now, inflamed by the Lady of Fire, the crowd attempted to light the bar on fire with the police inside. They squirted lighter fluid through the openings in the doorway and threw burning pieces of garbage, lighted projectiles and firebombs toward the police officers. They doused the front door with lighter fluid and set it on fire as well. One eyewitness summed up the intent of the mob with 4 simple words. They wanted to kill. Some would consider it strange that such things as made up Stonewall would, from that day forward, be celebrated throughout the world. But even that goes back to the ancient mystery. The goddess's works of fire, destruction, and fury were likewise celebrated by her worshippers and lauded in her hymns. Signs of the goddess. That night, the signs of the goddess converged upon each other. The gate, the Eshdam, the stone wall, the prostitutes, the cross-dressers, the homeless, the revived Asinu, the lion's head, the raging avatar named Stormy, the arresting, the call to help and its response, the Kazertu, the dance of the goddess, the battle, the smashing of the door, the employing of fire, the fury, and the storm. The goddess had returned. The door she had violently pounded that night appeared only to be that of a bar, but was the door of a civilization that had been closed to her. She had now forced it open. She would not rest or cease from her pounding until all the doors of Western civilization were likewise forced open to her. And with the door opened, the other gods and spirits cast out in ancient times would likewise return. We have seen how the place of the explosion and of the goddess's return, the city, the ground, and the very site of Stonewall were all determined by the ancient mystery. It had to happen where it happened. But what about its timing? Beyond where it happened, could there be an ancient mystery that determined when it happened? In other words, did it happen when it had to happen? Could the timing of the explosion at Stonewall have been determined by an ancient mystery involving the moon, the sun, the ancient calendar of Babylon, and the casting of an incantation? Chapter 41. The Moon, the Sun, and the Spell. Could the timing of the explosion at Stonewall have been determined by a mystery from ages past, involving the moon, the sun, the ancient calendar of Babylon, and the casting of an incantation? The time of passion and anguish. Ishtar's lover was the shepherd Tammuz. One day Tammuz offended her. The goddess set a horde of demons upon him. He tried to flee, but they caught up with him and brought him down to the land of the dead. After his departure, the goddess, in remorse, began mourning him. Her sorrow and anguish were so great that nature itself stopped bearing life. Her maidens mourned with her. Finally, she descended to the land of the dead and brought him back to the world of the living, where he could dwell for part of the year before returning to the dead. When were the days of Ishtar's mourning and anguish? They were days of summer. It was then that the Middle Eastern earth dried up and the leaves and fruit withered away, the sign of Tammuz's death and the separation of the two lovers. The days of Tammuz. But it was more specific than that. The days of Ishtar's sorrow fell within a specific month. The month was so closely connected to the goddess and her cult that it bore the name of her lover. It was the month of Tammuz. The month of Tammuz was especially joined to the mythological realm. It marked the capture of the goddess's lover, his death, his descent, and dwelling in the land of the dead. It was the month when the two gods were separated from each other. For the goddess, it was the month of unfulfilled longings, unanswered passions, and desires denied. It was the month of the goddess's sorrows, her longings and desires, her frustrations, her tears and anguish. When did Stonewall take place? It happened in the ancient month of Tammuz. It was all part of the mystery of the gods that what happened at Stonewall took place in the ancient month of Tammuz. It was no accident that Ishtar's return should take place in the month named after her lover and so deeply interwoven with her worship. Nor was it an accident that the replaying of her mythology at Stonewall should happen in saturated with her mythology. If the frustration and anguish that exploded into Stonewall were driven by the spirit of the goddess, then it is all the more striking that it happened during the very days devoted to her anguish and frustration. She was separated from and denied the object of her desires. The month's very name, Tammuz, stood for the denied object of her desires. So the days of Stonewall were the days of Tammuz, and the uprising was likewise born of frustration and the denial of desire. The descending of the sun. In 1969, the month of Tammuz commenced on June 17th, 11 days from Stonewall. One of the most important days on the calendar of the gods and the pagan world was that of the summer solstice, when the sun begins its annual descent. It was a time of rituals, worship, and sacrifices. The summer solstice was one of the most highly charged times of the pagan year. And in the case of Ishtar, the sun's descent paralleled the descent of her lover Tammuz into the underworld. In 1969, the sun began its annual descent on June 21st. It was just days before the events that would set everything in motion, and exactly 7 days to Stonewall. Daughter of the moon and the 15th day. Ishtar was strongly connected to the moon. In several of her mythologies, her father is identified as the moon god. She herself was known as the first daughter of the moon. Since the Mesopotamian and Middle Eastern calendars were lunar-based, each month began with the new moon, which reached its fullness around the 15th day, the month's center point, the day of its full moon. In the Babylonian world, it was a holy day called the Shapatu. Ishtar was called She of the 15th day, the mother of the month. In 1969, the month of Tammuz, the month of Ishtar's passion, came to its full moon on the weekend that began on June 27th and ended on June 29th. It was the weekend of Stonewall. The riots began just before the full moon and continued just after it. The Stonewall riots centered on the full moon and center point of Tammuz. It was no accident that the movement that would alter the lines of sexuality and gender was birthed in the month named after the lover of the goddess who altered the lines of sexuality and gender. And the days of that birth would cluster around the full moon of that month. The separation of man and woman. Tammuz was the month of the separation of Tammuz and Ishtar, the month that separated the male and the female. Thus, the movement that would promote a sexuality in which male was separated from female and female separated from male was born in the month that separated the male from the female and the female from the male. The movement would advance and celebrate the turning of men away from women and the turning of women away from men. The spell. The day that sealed Stonewall and all that would come from it was June 26, 1969. It was then that Deputy Police Inspector Seymour Pine obtained search warrant number 578. That was the definitive act that would set in motion the raid that would spark the riots, the uprising, and then the movement. It was in that one act that everything was sealed. When was it? When was the warrant issued and the event that would become Stonewall sealed? On the ancient Mesopotamian and biblical calendar, it took place on the 10th day of the month of Tammuz. Is there any significance to that day? There is. An ancient Babylonian text reveals it. The 10th of Tammuz is the day given to perform the spell to cause a man to love a man. So the day that would seal Stonewall and launch the movement that would come of it was not only one of the days of Tammuz and Ishtar, but the specific day ordained from ancient times to cast a spell to make a man love a man. The month of Tammuz, the full moon, the summer solstice, the separation of male and female, the days of frustration and anguish, and the day of the ancient spell to cause a man to love a man, had all come together in the summer of 1969 to prepare the way for a goddess and to ignite an explosion. It was the beginning. What happened at Stonewall would rapidly begin radiating into the surrounding culture, sparking a movement and then a metamorphosis. It would act as a catalyst to the overturning of Christian civilization, the foundations of biblical morality, and the near universal standards that had undergirded most civilizations for most of recorded history. It would bring that which had inhabited the shadows into the mainstream, and then into dominion. But behind the metamorphosis, its spectacles, its signs and symbols, its landmarks and seminal events, its celebrations, rites, and sacraments, were mysteries of ancient origins. Behind them all were the gods. Those are the mysteries we will now uncover. We begin with the festal processions of Sumer and the gates of Babylon. Part 9. Dominion. Chapter 42. Processions of the Gods. The wall having been broken, the gate having been forced open, what happened at Stonewall would now begin radiating from Greenwich Village to the world. The people of Sumer parade before you. In ancient times, the goddess stood at the center of culture and the pinnacle of its religion. She would seek to do so again. She would begin transforming the rage and violence of Stonewall into a movement. And as her ancient cult involved sacred events and annual commemoration, observances, and festivals, she would now turn the Stonewall Uprising into a sacred event to be religiously commemorated annually with its own rituals, observances, and festivals. In the ancient Middle East, she was especially known as the goddess of parades and processions. The ancient hymn, "The Holy One," begins, "The people of Sumer parade before you. They play the sweet Allah drums before you." Her parades became a central part of Mesopotamian and Middle Eastern popular culture, and at the same time were an intrinsic part of her cult and worship. Therefore, we might expect that the spirit of Ishtar, upon its return, would seek to commemorate the Stonewall riots with processions and parades. And this is exactly what would happen. The goddess would create a new ritual, a parade and celebration that would eventually become a central component of American and Western culture. At the same time, it would increasingly take on the aura of a religious festival. The Stonewall Parade. 5 months after Stonewall, gay activists met in Philadelphia and planned a march to commemorate the Stonewall Uprising to take place the following summer in New York City. It was to be repeated every year on the last Sunday of June. 3 other marches were planned for that same weekend, one in San Francisco, one in Chicago, one in Los Angeles on Hollywood Boulevard. They were to be protest marches and parades at the same time. On June 28, 1970, the 1-year anniversary of the Stonewall riots, the participants gathered in Greenwich Village near Stonewall to begin the Christopher Street Liberation Day March. The name was taken from the street on which riots erupted. Beginning with a few hundred participants, the march proceeded up 6th Avenue, where it swelled to a few thousand before reaching its destination at Central Park. As planned, the parade would be repeated every summer as an annual observance. With each passing year, more marches would be held in more cities across America and then around the world. They would be called Gay Liberation Marches, then Gay Pride Parades, and then simply Pride Parades. They all took place at the same time of the year to commemorate the uprising that brought them into existence. The first march in Los Angeles down Hollywood Boulevard was called the Christopher Street West Association Parade to identify it as Stonewall's westward extension. And many of the pride parades and festivities in Europe were part of what was called the Christopher Street Day celebration. All the pride parades, marches, processions, and festivities had as their birthplace Stonewall. Could even this go back to an ancient mystery? The Gate of Ishtar. The most famous entranceway leading into ancient Babylon was the Gate of Ishtar. It was the starting point of the city's processional way. The great Babylonian parades would begin at the gate, then proceed down a half-mile road of ornate walls adorned with painted images. The goddess presided as queen of the great Babylonian processions and parades, and thus was the one who inaugurated them at her entranceway. So too it was the goddess who inaugurated the processions and parades that would cover the modern world. They began at Stonewall, the ground of her manifesting. Stonewall was her modern-day entranceway, the gate against which she pounded until it opened. Stonewall was the modern world's Gate of Ishtar. So it was no accident that it would become the inauguration point and launching ground from which the parades of millions would begin. And so, as in ancient times, the most ubiquitous of the modern world's parades was set in motion at the gate of the goddess. Processional way. The ancient parades, begun at Ishtar's gate, made their way through the processional way to the Temple of Marduk, the city's central thoroughfare. So the parades inaugurated by the goddess in the late 20th century began in New York City, a Babylon of modern times, and proceeded along the city's central thoroughfare. And as the processions of Ishtar began at the gate, so the pride parades began in New York City, the Gate of America. They would then make their way through the central thoroughfares of the great cities of the modern world, and then trickle down to the smaller ones. Gate of the Two Arches. As the ancient parades of the goddess began at the city wall, so her modern parades began at that which was named after a wall, Stonewall. The ancient parades began at the gate bearing the goddess's name, an entranceway covered with bricks. The modern parades of Ishtar were inaugurated at Stonewall, the wall of which was, like the Gate of Ishtar, covered with bricks. The Gate of the Goddess was made up of two brick-covered archways, a smaller and a greater. The Stonewall Inn, likewise, possessed two brick-covered archway entrances, a smaller and a greater. In fact, it was these arch entrances that the mob of the Stonewall riots sought to break open and go through. As in ancient times, the massive processions and parades of the goddess began at the wall and the brick-covered arches of her gate. The lion, the bull, and the dragon. The Gate of Ishtar was famous for its depictions of the lion, a symbol of the goddess. Thus, the ancient processions began under the sign of the lion. The processions birthed at Stonewall also began under the sign of the lion, in that the lion's head marked the site of the uprising that birthed the parades. It was through the Ishtar Gate that the gods entered the city in the form of idols and images. The gate and walls of the processional way were adorned with symbols of the gods: lions, dragons, and bulls. The lion, as we have seen, represented Ishtar. The dragon represented the god Marduk, who, in Babylonian mythology, was a lover of Ishtar. In the Bible, the dragon, of course, is also a symbol of Satan, and the bull was a symbol of the god Adat. In the land of the Canaanites, Adat was Hadad, and Hadad was Baal. Gateway of the Gods. So the gate of Ishtar was the entranceway, the portal through which the gods entered. Thus the question, could the entrance of Ishtar at Stonewall, from which the modern processions were born, likewise serve as a portal, the gateway of the gods? In ancient times, Ishtar's parades would draw the people into her worship, so they would again. The celebrations were, in essence, spiritual and even religious in nature. In a panoply of music and color, American and Western culture were being entranced into the worship of the goddess. If behind the parades of Pride Month were the processions of the goddess, could the descriptions of the ancient pageants give us revelation into the spectacles of our day? Chapter 43. Spectacles of the Enchanted. If we were back in ancient times and witnessed the parades of the goddess, what would we have seen? Do we have any idea? We do. Parade of the Goddess. The ancient writings of Mesopotamia describe them. The people of Sumer parade before you. I say, hail to Inanna, Ishtar, great lady of heaven. They beat the holy drum and timpani before you. They play the holy harp and timpani before you. The people of Sumer parade before you. Ishtar's parades involved harps and drums, music and rhythm. They could be somber or even anguish-filled processions, or loud, festive, and celebratory pageants. The parades were known for something else, the bending of gender. The people of Sumer parade before you. The women adorn their right side with men's clothing. The people of Sumer parade before you. The men adorn their left side with women's clothing. The parades of the goddess featured men dressed as women, women dressed as men, each dressed as both, male priests parading as women, and cultic women acting as men. They were public pageants and spectacles of the transgendered, the cross-dressed, the homosexual, the intersexual, the cross-gendered. The return of the Mesopotamian parade. If the goddess was to return to the modern world and to Western civilization, what would happen? Could the processions of the goddess return as well? Could her parades of the cross-gendered, of the androgynous, the homosexual, the transsexual, of men dressing as women and women dressing as men, could they manifest again in the modern world? The mystery would ordain that they would. And that is exactly what would happen. The return of the goddess to Stonewall inaugurated the return of her ancient parades. After nearly 2,000 years, the goddess-inhabited processions of the cross-gendered begin reappearing on the urban streets of the modern world. Once they were seen in the streets of Uruk, Akkad, and Babylon. Now they would manifest in the streets of New York, London, and Paris. The Pride parades were resurrections of the goddess's ancient cultic parades. Pageants of the cross-gendered. Even a modern transgendered commentator writing of the goddess's ancient festival could not fail to see the connection. The description of the festival appears to show the people of the city cross-dressing specifically for the purpose of the celebration. Indeed, the whole thing sounds very like a gay pride parade. One paper on ancient views of sexuality, citing the processions of the goddess, notes that her cross-gendered participants took part in public processions, singing, dancing, wearing costumes, sometimes wearing women's clothes, and carrying female symbols. So, the pride parades would involve the same elements: singing, dancing, costumes, men wearing women's clothing, and carrying female symbols. Men of colored fabrics. An ancient Sumerian inscription says this of the participants in the goddess's processions. The male prostitutes comb their hair before you. They decorate the napes of their necks with colored scarfs. A modern commentary on the inscription says this: in order to look more like a woman. Some of these homosexual priests let their hair grow long, and then, after tightening their hair grips for her, male prostitutes would parade before her holy Inanna, Ishtar. Their locks of hair at the back are adorned for her with colored rags. The mention of both cross-gendered men and colored cloths is also striking, as both elements describe the modern pride parades. The prominent use of colored fabrics can be found in the clothing, signs, and flags displayed in the processions. Carnivals of Pride. The goddess's ancient parade is described by one Mesopotamian scholar as a carnival-like procession. So the pride parades of modern time, though born of protest, had likewise evolved into carnival-like processions. The writer goes on to describe other aspects of the ancient processions. Not only do the people parade playing musical instruments, but also costumed asexual or hermaphrodite personnel, transvestites, wearing male attire on their right side and female attired on their left. One can see each of these elements present in some way in the modern pride parades. The label pride itself is unwittingly connected to the goddess. Pride was central to her nature. One of her hymns addresses her as the impetuous lady, proud among the Annona gods, full of pride. Muddy paints, artful eyes, and purple stripes. In his novel Metamorphoses, the 2nd century Roman writer Apuleius gives a glimpse into the spectacle that would attend the goddess's parades as he describes the trappings of the related ancient male priesthood of the Galli. The following day they went out, wearing various colored undergarments with turbans and saffron robes and linen garments thrown over them, and everyone hideously made up, their faces crazy with muddy paints, and their eyes artfully lined. Some wore tunics fastened with belts, with purple stripes flowing in every direction like spears, and yellow shoes on their feet. Again, we see the spectacle of men publicly displaying themselves as women and adorning themselves with colored fabrics. Apuleius's description also includes the mention of eyeliner and heavily exaggerated makeup. These two have become defining elements of the modern pride parade in its prominent displaying of transvestites, female impersonators, and drag queens. The footsteps of her priests. The goddess's parades were known for flouting societal norms and the distinctions of gender. Her modern parades would be known for doing the same. Descriptions of the ancient processions include such adjectives as licentious, bawdy, unbridled, and lewd. The same words would be used to describe their modern incarnations. Through the pride parades, the goddess would bring her flouting of convention into the modern world. She would use them to pound open the last closed doors of Western civilization. Millions of people around the world were now partaking in the goddess's revived processions, just as her priests and cultic personnel had done in ancient times. Millions were now walking in the footsteps of her ancient priests and becoming her servants. It was not only men who took part in the goddess's processions, but women. Their presence is another component of the mystery and the return that is now affecting our world. Its opening will take us from the islands of Greece to the streets of ancient Sumer, and from one of the goddess's most famous incarnations to a dance of swords. Chapter 44. The Purple Garland and the Double-Edged Axe. Could the role that women played in the processions of the goddess reveal another side of the mystery? The women of the goddess. Women not only took part in the goddess's parades, but also displayed her power to blur, break, and switch the lines of gender, but from the other side. As the parading men assumed traditionally female roles, the parading women assumed traditionally male roles. It is never explicitly spoken, but the idea of lesbianism was always implicit. If under Ishtar's power women could take on the roles and functions of men, then, taken to its ultimate conclusion, that would include the role and function of husband or lover. It was implicit in Ishtar's androgyny. In nature, temperament, and role, she was as masculine as she was feminine. She transformed herself from female to male and back again. This, again, would imply the altering of her desire. So, though it was never overt, lesbianism was always implicit in the goddess's crossing of gender and sexuality. It was there as well, among Stonewall's patrons. Though making up a small component, women were among them. It was there the night it all began, when a lesbian in handcuffs incited the uprising against the police. And it was there afterward in the gay pride parades, where lesbians made up a large part of the participants. Sign of the two Ishtars. But could there be more that joins the modern revival of lesbianism to the ancient goddess? Among the most basic modern representations of lesbianism is that of two crosses topped with two large circles intertwined with each other, two symbols of the female joined to each other. How did the female symbol originate? Its first known appearance in that context is found in the works of the Swedish botanist Carl Linnaeus in the 18th century. He used it to represent female flowers. Linnaeus took the symbol from the Greeks, who used it to represent the metal copper, which was associated with the planet Venus. The planet was associated with the goddess Venus. Venus was the Roman incarnation of the Greek Aphrodite, and Aphrodite the Greek incarnation of Ishtar. Thus, the sign that, to this day, represents the female known as the Venus symbol, ultimately goes back to Ishtar. And thus, the symbol for lesbianism, based on the symbol of Venus, likewise goes back to the goddess. The sign is, in effect, that of two Venuses, two goddesses, two Ishtars intertwined with each other. Sappho and the Terrible Enchantress. The modern revival of lesbianism takes inspiration from the Greek poet Sappho. Sappho led a tiasos, a community of young women for which she served as teacher. Her sexuality is, to this day, a matter of debate, but her writings appear to indicate a romantic or erotic attraction to women. The patron deity protecting Sappho's community was the goddess Aphrodite, the Greek incarnation of Ishtar. Sappho worshipped the goddess and wrote of being intimately acquainted with her. Her poetry is filled with elements from the goddess's cult rites and worship. Only one of Sappho's poems still exists in its entirety. It is a prayer to Aphrodite, whom she addresses as the Terrible Enchantress. Prominent in Ishtar's cult were prayers to the goddess entreating her to use her magic to alter the affections of others. That, in effect, was Sappho's prayer. But the object of her affection is a woman. In the poem, the goddess appears to Sappho and assures her that she will cause the woman to love her. Sappho was born on the Greek island of Lesbos. From the name of that island comes the word lesbian. Thus, behind the word lesbian is the island of Lesbos. Behind Lesbos is Sappho. Behind Sappho is Aphrodite, and behind Aphrodite is Ishtar. It all goes back to Ishtar. The violet-crowned goddess. It is from Sappho and the island of Lesbos as well that the colors purple and violet, and from this lavender, have become associated with lesbianism. Her poetry is adorned with mentions of purple or violet. It is from Sappho as well that the violet became the symbolic flower of lesbianism. She writes more than once of a woman crowned with a garland of violets. Even in this is the goddess. Aphrodite was the violet-crowned goddess. Thus, even the colors and flower of lesbianism went back to the ancient goddess, the incarnation of Ishtar. The double-edged axe. In the 1970s, a symbol was adopted by the emerging lesbian movement. It was the most prominent of the movement's first symbols. In 1999, the symbol was incorporated into a flag of purple that was to be used as a banner to represent the movement and lesbianism itself. The symbol was an axe with two blades, the double-edged axe, also known as the labrys. Why was it chosen to be the sign of lesbianism? It goes back to ancient times. On the island of Crete, the double-edged axe was a sacred symbol of the ancient Minoan religion. The symbol was associated with women. In the days of the Roman Empire, the double-edged axe was associated with the mythological warrior women known as the Amazons. The double-edged axe, as a symbol of women independent of men and taking on the nature and place of men, was thus chosen as a modern symbol of lesbianism. The ancient axe became part of gay pride parades, displayed on banners carried by those who saw themselves as heirs to the ancient Amazons. Weapon of the priestess. But the double-edged axe and its connection to the altering of gender goes back beyond the people of Greece and Crete. It is found in the writings of ancient Mesopotamia in the city of Sumer. It appears in a hymn to the goddess. It is from an inscription we have already seen, the describing of the goddess's parades, the male prostitutes, the men parading as women, the male and female transvestites, the cross-gendered, the sound of drums, and the colored fabrics. It says this: "The people of Sumer parade before you. The young men who carry hoops sing to you." The carrying of hoops was associated with women. The young men are feminized. But it goes on. "The maidens and coiffured priestesses walk before you. They carry the sword." The young women and priestesses, on the other hand, are carrying objects associated with men. They are the goddess's women who, following in her footsteps, take on the roles of men. As the goddess brandishes a sword in battle, so do the women of her parade. But according to the account, the women brandish another object as well. They carry the double-edged axe. Hymns, banners, and spirits. So it is in an ancient hymn to the goddess that the double-edged axe makes its appearance, and the context of its appearance is that of women taking on the functions of men. And beyond that, they take up the axe in the gender-crossing parade of the goddess. And now, in the modern world, the same object from Ishtar's processions was revived to serve as the symbol of lesbianism, women taking on the roles and functions of men. So the same weapon wielded by women in the ancient world to bend the lines of gender and sexuality now became the symbol of women in the modern world, bending the lines of gender and sexuality. And as gender-crossing women lifted up the double-edged axe as they marched in the goddess's ancient gender-bending parades, now they would lift up banners emblazoned with the image of the very same axe as they marched in the modern gender-crossing parades of their revival. The women had no idea they were replaying an ancient mystery, but the spirits have their own way. We saw in Stonewall how the mythic functions of the Babylonian calendar converged to determine the exact timing of the uprising. But the mystery of timing would not end on Christopher Street. It would spread into the mainstream culture until the world's yearly cycle was imprinted by it. Yet few in the modern world could have imagined that the calendar in which they lived their lives had been changed by a mystery that went back to ancient Mesopotamia and that was connected to mythology and the workings of the gods. To uncover the mystery, we must go back to the pagan celebrations of ancient Phoenicia and the Latin writings of the early church father known as Saint Jerome. Chapter 45. Junium. There was one time of the year especially indwelled by the goddess. The month of her possession. Ishtar played a part in other holy days and festivals, but it was this one time of year that her mythology, her passions, her frustration and anguish, her desires and longings, her rituals, and her possession of multitudes saturated Mesopotamian culture for an entire month. It was during those days that her spirit seemed everywhere. It was then that the people of Mesopotamia not only worshipped her, but, in their passions, became as her. They cried out for her lover, Tammuz, as if it were her crying out through them. They yearned as if it were her yearning in them. They moved in procession as if it were her moving in procession. So the prophet Ezekiel was given a vision in which he saw the women of Israel weeping, as if it were Ishtar weeping for Tammuz. The people became her channels. The goddess of possession possessed them. It was at that time of year that her mythology exerted an amplified power to infiltrate daily life. They were the days when, according to her mythology, she and Tammuz were separated. He was in the underworld, the land of the dead, and she was in the land of the living, seeking to be reunited. Rituals, observances, festivals, and processions dedicated to the goddess and the object of her desire took place throughout the Middle East. One could hardly escape it. During those days, the air was especially filled with her presence. The 29 days. What would happen if the goddess returned to the modern world? Would she again mark out and lay claim to a similar time of year? Would she again create rituals to be performed during that time, observances to be kept, festivals to be celebrated, and processions to be followed? And would her spirit again especially indwell those days? The answer is yes. That is exactly what she would do. Upon her return to Western civilization, the goddess set out to mark and lay claim to a space of time every year as her own, a time that her spirit could especially inhabit. As she was the goddess of pride, the time would be crowned with the name Pride. The time of the goddess and the object of her passions lasted approximately 29 days. So 1 month of the ancient Middle Eastern calendar was especially given for the possession of the goddess, her lover, and her mythology. Rites, festivals, and processions took place from the month's opening to its last day. So the mystery would ordain that the spirit of the goddess would again seek to lay claim to a similar space of time in modern times, 1 month each year on the calendar of the civilization she was now seeking to possess. And so it happened in exact accordance with the ancient mystery. The Sacred Month. In the wake of Stonewall, gay activists established marches and parades to celebrate homosexuality, and then an entire week, Gay Pride Week. But in ancient times, the goddess laid claim to an entire month of observances and parades. And so Gay Pride Week was then transformed into Gay Pride Month. To increase its acceptability and further popularize it, its name would later be shortened to Pride Month. So, as in ancient times, the spirit of the goddess was given an entire month to indwell and possess. And as in ancient times, that month would be known for its processions and parades, observances, rituals, and the increase of her power. It was a strange phenomenon. The celebrating of that which once occupied the forbidden corners of society had come to permeate and dominate American and Western culture. America and other nations of the West were now devoting an entire month to honor, praise, and celebrate a form of sexuality that a little while earlier had been nearly universally viewed as a form of immorality. Now, it was being treated as sacred. A strange veneration. Equally strange, nations were placing the celebration of this mode of sexuality above their own holidays. Nations would typically devote a day to the celebration of their birth or independence, but they were now devoting almost 30 times that amount of time in order to celebrate a particular form of sexuality. And it was happening all over the world. Nations with little in common were now celebrating the same holiday, giving homage, veneration, and praise all to the same thing, and to that which they had only a little while earlier deemed to be sin. What could account for such a strange and dramatic transformation? It was more than natural. It was the work of the gods. In all of history, there had never been a phenomenon quite like it. And yet Pride Month was the resurrection of the ancient month of the goddess's possession. So now again, as in ancient times, an entire month was given to the indwelling of a spirit that blurred and broke the lines of gender, that feminized men and masculinized women, that turned the one into the other and caused them to be paraded in the city streets. Finding Tammuz. When, in the ancient year, did the days of the goddess and her lover fall? They fell in the summer. It was the ancient month of Tammuz. Since it was based on the lunar cycle, its timing with regard to the Western Gregorian calendar would, of course, oscillate. Tammuz can begin in June or July, but 70% of the time it begins in June. Jamieson, Fawcett, and Brown's commentary on the whole Bible, published in 1871, says this of the month and of its ancient celebrations. An annual feast was celebrated to him in June, hence called Tammuz in the Jewish calendar. The Bible commentator Joseph Benson, who lived in the 18th and early 19th century, wrote this of the month and its worship. Tammuz, which also is used for the 10th month, reckoning from the autumnal equinox, that is, the month of June, and Tammuz, as the object of worship, expresses the solar light in its perfection, as in the summer solstice. Benson brings out the link between the month of Tammuz and the summer solstice. There is only one month in which the summer solstice takes place each year, the month of June. Junium, or Junium. Saint Jerome, who lived in the Roman Empire at the time of its conversion from paganism to Christianity, was most famous for producing the Vulgate, the Latin translation of the Bible. But he was also known for writing biblical commentaries. One of these was on the book of Ezekiel. It was that book that contained the description of the Hebrew women in the spirit of Ishtar, weeping for Tammuz. In commenting on the passage, Jerome drew from his knowledge of the observances, rituals, and practices that were still being performed at the time of his writing. His original words in Latin read, Quem nos Adonidem interpretati sumus, et Hebreus et Cyrus sermo Tammuz vocat. Adonis is called Tammuz, both in Hebrew and Syria. Then he writes of the god's death and the time of its occurrence. In mense junio occisus, in the month of June is killed. So Jerome identifies the time of Tammuz's death as the mense junio, the month of June. He continues, Eundem junium mensem eodem appellant nomine et anniversarium e celebrant solemnitatem. They call this month of June by the same name and keep an annual festival in his honor. Thus, according to Jerome and other observers of his day, the month of Tammuz was equivalent or most equivalent to Junium Mensem, this month of June. Tammuz corresponds with Junium, or Junium, and Junium with Tammuz. June is also identified as the month in which the annual festival takes place. Thus, the identification of Tammuz with June, and thus June as the month of the annual celebration linked to the goddess and her mythology, are ancient ones, going back to the Romans, those who gave the month of June its name. The repossession of June. So if the goddess returned, what would happen to the month of her possession? The calendar of the modern world was based not on that of ancient Mesopotamia or the Middle East, but on that of Rome. We might then expect that, of all months, she would choose the month of the summer solstice. We might expect that she would choose the month that, more than any other, inaugurated the days of Tammuz, her lover, Unium Mensum, the month of June. So she would take special possession of it. She would turn June into the time of her channeling. And since June had long been known as the time of weddings, the joining of man and woman, its modern transformation would be all the more dramatic. And thus June became Pride Month, and Pride Month became June. As America and the West turned away from God and Christianity, the ancient month returned to the goddess. And as in ancient times, the summer solstice and the days it inaugurated marked the time of the goddess's processions and parades. The summer liturgies. The festival of the summer month, of which Jerome and others wrote, involved rituals of lamentation and mourning over Tammuz's descent. We know that women were involved in those rituals, but it was not women alone. The Asinu, the Kalu, and the Gala, Ishtar's cross-gendered priesthood, the men who dressed as women, were given a central part in the rituals. They would lead the lamentations by chanting and wailing in the female dialect. So now, in the revived processions of June, men would again take on the attributes of women. After nearly 2,000 years, the month that Jerome called Junium had revived its pagan function as the vessel for the annual festival. June would again serve the instrument of the goddess's power, the time when her spirit would especially possess the culture in which she dwelt. Festival of Inversion. The month of Tammuz, or Junium, centered on the mythology of Ishtar and her lover. But it was not about their union. It was about their separation. It was about the obstruction of passion and desire. So the modern observances of June as the commemoration of the Stonewall riots were born of the same thing: frustration and anger over the obstruction of desire. The parades themselves were aimed at tearing down all walls of resistance and to remove the hindrances separating desire from its fulfillment. Beyond this was a strange coming together of the goddess's observances. The timing of Pride Month harkened back to the days when Tammuz and Ishtar were separated, and thus to the theme of separation, the separation of man from woman and woman from man. It was thus the perfect time for a celebration of homosexuality, lesbianism, and other alternate sexualities. But the revelry of Pride Month harkened back to the goddess's celebratory festivals. In Pride Month, the two came together. The modern observance was not a lamentation over the separation of male and female, but a celebration. It was now a festival that celebrated the separation, a month-long holiday that rejoiced in men separated from women and women separated from men. In this, the rites of the goddess converged into a festival of inversion. The licentious rites of midsummer. And yet, the ancient rites and festivals observed in the month of Tammuz's separation were also noted for their sexual licentiousness. One commentator writes this of the festival as practiced in ancient Phoenicia or Lebanon. The women of Gebal used to repair to this temple of Aphrodite, Ishtar, in midsummer to celebrate the death of Adonis or Tammuz, and there arose in connection with this celebration those licentious rites. The The writer places the licentious rites at midsummer, the summer solstice in June. The 2nd century Syrian writer, Lucian, gives his own account of the rites and observances of June. I saw too at Byblos a large temple, sacred to the Biblian Aphrodite, Ishtar. This is the scene of the secret rites of Adonis, Tammuz. He goes on to describe how the women would shave their heads in homage to the slain god Adonis, Tammuz, and that those who refused to do so had to offer their bodies to strangers as prostitutes and give the proceeds to the goddess as a sacrifice. The early church historian, Eusebius, writes of the same temple of Venus, Aphrodite, Ishtar, in Phoenicia, on which the rites and processions of June were centered. The votaries of impurity destroyed their bodies with effeminacy. Here men, undeserving of the name, forgot the dignity of their sex. Here too, unlawful commerce of women and adulterous intercourse with other horrible and infamous practices. The Temple of Venus. The ending of the midsummer festival and processions of the goddess is implicit in the writings of the early church historians Eusebius and Socrates Scholasticus. Both record the clearing away of the shrine of Venus, Aphrodite, Ishtar, in Lebanon by the Emperor Constantine. He likewise demolished the temple of Venus at Africa on Mount Libanus and abolished the infamous deeds which were there celebrated. The temple or shrine of Venus at Africa on Mount Libanus served as the source of the festivals of which St. Jerome wrote and identified with June. So the festivals of June, or Tammuz, came to an end. Thus, one of the most overlooked signs of the conversion of Western civilization to Christianity was the ending of month-long celebrations of midsummer with its June parades and gender-crossing spectacles. And thus the return of the month-long celebration of midsummer, the revival of the June parades, and reappearance of the gender-crossing spectacles was not an accident. It was a sign of the de-Christianization of Western civilization and its subsequent re-paganization. The Temple of Venus was ultimately the Temple of Ishtar. The ending of the June processions was linked to its destruction, and its destruction was linked to the exile of the goddess and the gods. So if the hallowing of June, the annual festival, the parades and processions of the cross-gendered, should return, it would be a sure sign not only of de-Christianization and re-paganization, but of that which accompanies both, the return of the goddess and the return of the gods. The return of Junium. For Christians of the first centuries, such as Eusebius, the rites of June and their associated practices could only be seen as celebrations of immorality. For Christians of the 20th and 21st centuries, the revived rites of June and their related practices would be seen in the same way. They were not alone. Many others in ancient and modern times would view it similarly. For those not swept up in its fervor, June's transformation was a mystery. The month-long celebration seemed almost religious in nature, and it was. It was the return of an ancient religious observance. The sacred procession of June was not a strange phenomenon to pagan culture. The sight of parades in which men dressed as women and women as men, and the distinctions of gender were blurred, was, to paganize, a familiar one. Their return was the natural outcome of the repaganization of Western civilization. What had begun with the turning away from God had now given birth to the rites and processions of the pagan summer festival. The parades had vanished with the gods. Their disappearance was a sign that the gods had departed. The return of the parades was thus the sign of the opposite. The gods had returned. And the rising magnitude of the summer celebration was a sign of the rising power of the gods and the intensifying hold they were exerting on America and the world. The departure from God had allowed the pagan mystery month to rise from the dead. June was reverting to its pre-Christian state. Junium was returning. Month of apostasy. In the Bible, the month of Tammuz is known for something else. It was in Tammuz that the nation of Israel first turned away from God and to the realm of gods and idols, to the golden calf. It was June that most often began that Hebrew month, and so now again, June would mark the turning away of another nation and another civilization from God and to the gods. It was the month of apostasy, that of a nation and that of a civilization. What happened to June is another reminder that whenever a nation or civilization, or for that matter, a life, turns away from God, it will never remain neutral. It will never stay empty. It will become indwelt by something else, something other than God. It will become inhabited by the gods. Those who had taken part in the removal of prayer and the word from American public life could not have imagined what it would lead to. But the empty house could not stay empty. A civilization had turned away from its worship of God. Now the sacraments of a different worship had come in. The door was left open. The house was found empty. The spirits came in. The gods returned, and with them, their holy days. Is it possible that behind a sign that now appears in everything from corporate logos, video games, and children's cartoons to t-shirts, coffee mugs, cereal boxes, and the flagpoles of American embassies, a sign lifted up by people of every background, by leaders and nations, lies an ancient deity? And is it possible that this sign that now covers the world actually serves as an instrument of that deity to the accomplishing of purposes unknown to those who bear it? Chapter 46. The Sign. One sign above all others has come to represent the movement that started at Stonewall, the sign of the rainbow. The rainbow flag. The rainbow flag was designed by Gilbert Baker, an openly gay man and drag queen, and was first flown on June 25, 1978. In 1994, the sign of the rainbow was adopted as the official symbol of gay pride. It soon became the ubiquitous symbol of the movement and all it represented, flown and recognized all over the world. But could even this be the manifestation of an ancient mystery? And could it go back to the gods? The original rainbow flag had 8 colors, each representing one of 8 elements of the movement. One would have expected the colors of the flag to represent such things as liberation, tolerance, respect, empowerment, or different people groups. But the flag and the colors of the rainbow it bore represented that which was altogether different. The flag was a representation of a strange assemblage of themes and elements that seemed to have little to do with one another. One would have been hard-pressed to find a common thread or unifying theme to bind them all together and make sense of it all. But there was a unifying theme and a common thread binding them all together. The goddess. Pink. It goes without saying that Ishtar was the goddess of sex. She was the embodiment of passion, love, lust, sexual desire, and sexual practices. In every form. The first color of the original rainbow flag was pink. It represented sex. Red. From Ishtar came life. She was the source of all fertility and procreation, the fruitfulness of the earth, of animals, and of humanity. She was the wellspring of all the generative powers of nature. When she was in the underworld, the generation of life came to a standstill. Ishtar was the goddess of life. The second color of the rainbow flag was red. It represented life. Orange. The preeminent Mesopotamian goddess of healing was named Gula, but in time, Ishtar appropriated from her the powers of healing, and Gula fell into obscurity. Ancient inscriptions survive with prayers and prescriptions for healing addressed to or centered on Ishtar. She is the one of whom it is written, takes sickness away. It is written that her effigy was once carried as far away as Egypt to heal an ailing pharaoh. The third color of the rainbow flag was orange. It represented healing. Yellow. Ishtar was closely associated with the celestial lights. The morning and evening star would carry her name, Venus, and the moon was her father. But there was another celestial light that was intrinsically bound to her, the sun. The Assyrian sun god was named Shamash, the Akkadian word for sun. He was Ishtar's brother. Ishtar was, in fact, the sun's twin sister. So strong is her identification with the sun that we can find a sun disk at her side in many of her carved images. The fourth color of the rainbow flag was yellow. It represented the light of the sun. Green. Ishtar was, as were many of the pagan gods, an embodiment of nature. She represented the vital forces of nature, the fruitfulness of the earth, the rain, thunder, and storms of the heavens. She was among the prominent and central of all nature gods. The fifth color of the rainbow flag was green. It represented nature. Turquoise. As we have seen, Ishtar was deeply connected to the realm and practice of magic. Her name was especially invoked in the casting of spells and enchantments, and what today would be known as the occult arts. She was the goddess of magic. The sixth color of the rainbow flag was turquoise. It represented magic. Indigo. Though Ishtar was the goddess of storms, on the other hand, because of it, it was to her altars that supplicants came entreating her to grant them serenity. An old Babylonian hymn says this: "At her glance, serenity comes into being." The seventh color of the rainbow flag was indigo. It represented serenity. Violet. And, of course, Ishtar was a spirit, just as the gods were typically viewed by their worshippers as spirits. Beyond that, we have seen the connection of the gods to the spirits, the Hebrew shadim and the Greek daimonia. Thus, the last color of the rainbow flag is of special note, violet. It represents spirits. What kind of spirit is represented? The color violet was especially connected to Aphrodite, the violet-crowned goddess. Aphrodite was, of course, an incarnation of Ishtar. So, the first color set the stage as it represented sexuality. The last color summed it up. It represented a spirit, the spirit of sexuality, the very goddess known from ancient times as Ishtar. Could there be more to the mystery? Rainbow Ishtar. Ishtar was goddess of the sky, queen of heaven, master of tempests, hurler of lightning bolts, giver of rain. The ancient hymn praises her for it. Loud thundering storm, you pour your rain over all the lands and all the people. She controlled the storm. She directed its every gust, every peal of thunder, and every drop of rain. And thus the rainbow was under her lordship and direction. There is an ancient Elamite inscription that reads, Manzat Ishtar. There is debate over whether the name Ishtar is to be taken just as it appears or as a generic noun. Nevertheless, the inscription translates to the name Rainbow Ishtar. The jewels of heaven. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the wake of a colossal rain and deluge, Ishtar also came. She lifted her necklace with the jewels of heaven. The necklace with the jewels of heaven has long been understood as the rainbow. So in the aftermath of the storm, the goddess lifts the rainbow up into the sky. Thus, Ishtar has been credited as the creator of the rainbow. The goddess with rainbow eyes. Then there is the strange description of the goddess as contained in an ancient Babylonian hymn of her praise. Her eyes are multicolored and iridescent. The eyes of the goddess are of multiple colors like the colors of the rainbow. The ancient word is translated as iridescent. Iridescent comes from the Latin root iris, which means rainbow. Iris is also the name of the Roman goddess of the rainbow. Thus, the eyes of Ishtar are like rainbows. As a rainbow. And then there is the myth of the goddess and the gardener. A gardener plants a tree under which the goddess lies down and falls asleep. While the goddess is asleep, the gardener rapes her. When she awakes and realizes what has been done to her, she flies into a rage and begins sending down plagues on the earth. She then goes to her father to seek his help. He tells her where the gardener is hiding. She sets out to find him. How she sets out on her mission of vengeance is striking. She stretched herself like a rainbow across the sky and reached thereby as far as the earth. So, in order to accomplish her mission against the one who violated her, the goddess stretches herself like a rainbow across the sky. The goddess becomes as the rainbow. The rainbow becomes her mode of action and being. It became the means by which she executed her will. Ishtar is considered the first of the gods for whom we have written evidence. Her connection to the rainbow is most ancient, long preceding that of the Greek goddess Iris and others. She was joined to the rainbow from the very start, from the dawn of recorded history and mythology. The sign. So, what would happen if the goddess returned? Would the rainbow also return as a sign of her power? It would. And it has. It was no accident that the movement that had been birthed by the goddess should take as its symbol the sign of the goddess. Those who designed it, those who carried it, and those who adopted it to serve as the defining symbol of the movement had no idea of the connection. The movement that had crossed the boundaries of sexuality and altered the parameters of gender now adopted as its symbol the sign of the ancient goddess who had crossed the boundaries of sexuality and altered the parameters of gender. The movement that had made June its sacred month of observances and processions was now covered with the sign of the goddess, whose sacred month of observances and processions most often began in June. The goddess had marked her resurrected religion and worship with the sign of her ownership. Banner of War. The goddess had stretched herself across the sky in order to punish her offender. The rainbow was a mode of war by which she exacted vengeance and judgment. So too, behind the rainbow that began manifesting in the wake of Stonewall was an ancient goddess arming herself for battle. And it would be through that sign that her war would be waged. Those who paraded with it, those who wore it on their clothing, those on their clothing, those who raised it outside their office buildings, those who disseminated it on the internet, and those who placed it on their products had no idea of the spirit that lay behind it or of the end to which it led. Behind its flowing colors was a banner of war. As in her ancient mythology, the rainbow would be the means and mode by which the goddess would again seek to exact vengeance on those whom she believed had wronged her, especially on those who had cast her out. Could a mystery that goes back to the temples of ancient Babylon actually be determining the cases, the workings, and even the rulings of the United States Supreme Court? Chapter 47. days of the goddess. The rites of the goddess were meticulously timed. They could only take place on the days appointed according to the Mesopotamian calendar. So, as we have seen, the goddess's entrance and the inauguration of her resurrected movement at Stonewall took place at the exact time ordained by the Mesopotamian calendar and the ancient mystery. According to the mystery, it took place in the month of Tammuz and, on the Western calendar, in the month of June. It was set in motion within days of the summer solstice and centered on the full moon of Tammuz, all linked to the goddess. It was all sealed on June 26, 1969, the 10th of Tammuz, the day that in the Babylonian calendar was ordained for the casting of spells to cause a man to love a man. But could there be even more to the mystery? Could it be that behind some of the most pivotal events of American culture lies the calendar of the goddess? And could their timing reveal her fingerprints? The Tammuz Marches. Before Stonewall, there was a series of protests or pickets on behalf of homosexual rights known as the Annual Reminder or the Reminder March. The protests took place in Philadelphia by Independence Hall every year on Independence Day. They were small and, for the most part, ignored by the media. But after Stonewall, the Reminder March would be moved to New York City and would transform into the Pride Parade. The first Reminder March took place in 1965 in the summer, in the ancient month of Tammuz. It fell on Tammuz 4. The second took place in 1966, also in the month of Tammuz, on Tammuz 16. The third, in 1967, took place within days of Tammuz. The fourth, in 1968, took place on Tammuz 8. And the fifth and last, in 1969, took place on Tammuz 18. Thus, 80% of those early marches took place in the month of the goddess and her lover Tammuz. All of them took place in or by Tammuz, the same month in which the Stonewall riots broke out. But the Reminder Marches took place before Stonewall. The timing of the one had nothing to do with the other. The scheduling of the Reminder March was based on American history. The timing of Stonewall was based on a deputy police inspector's planned raid and an explosion that was planned by no one. Yet they both fell in the ancient Mesopotamian month connected to the goddess. Beyond that, the first Reminder March took place on an ancient Mesopotamian holy day connected to the ceremonial funeral of the goddess's lover. So did another. A third took place on another ancient Mesopotamian holy day, this one appointed for a ceremonial procession in honor of Ishtar's lover. Toward the end of June, then came Stonewall, and from Stonewall, the days and weeks and then months of Pride. All these would take place, as we have noted, in June, the month that, more than any other, began the observances and celebrations of Tammuz. But the timing was more specific. In his seminal work, Tammuz and Ishtar, after comparing the Sumerian, Assyrian, and Babylonian calendars and Mesopotamian agricultural cycles, Stephen Langdon concludes, "This is conclusive evidence that the wailings for Tammuz were held toward the end of June from remotest antiquity. Though the lunar-based calendars of Mesopotamia oscillate with regard to the modern solar-based Gregorian calendar, there are several factors that converge toward the end of June. Though the festival of Tammuz could begin in early June, the central or median time for its beginning is in the days toward the end of June. Further, the summer solstice, of critical importance on the pagan calendar and linked to the descent of Tammuz, always takes place toward the end of June. It was no accident that beyond the fact that Pride Month was June, its focus was likewise always the last days of the month, the days toward the end of June. The commemorations, observances, celebrations, and pride parades most often clustered around the days toward the end of June. They would typically be held within a week or just days from the summer solstice, the time of pagan celebration. The first door, legalization of homosexuality. At Stonewall, the goddess forced open an ancient door. It was the first of several such doors and openings. Among the most momentous of these took place in the United States Supreme Court in 3 landmark cases. The first door and first case was that of Lawrence v. Texas in 2003. It resulted in the Supreme Court decision that legalized homosexuality throughout the United States. It would be cited later that same year by the Massachusetts Supreme Court in the ruling that legalized same-sex marriage in that state, the first such legalization in America. Lawrence v. Texas represented the opening of the door that had closed on pagan sexuality in ancient times. It was thus covered in the goddess's fingerprints. When was that Supreme Court decision handed down? It happened in the summer, in the month of June. It came toward the end of June, the specific time that Langdon had cited for the ceremonies and worship of Tammuz and Ishtar. The timing of the Supreme Court decision had nothing to do with the timing of Stonewall, any more than the timing of Stonewall had anything to do with the timing of the reminder marches. The timing, in this case, was determined by the schedule and functioning of the Supreme Court. And yet, every event would converge within days of the others, and all at the same time of year, ordained for such things in the ancient calendar. June 26th, 2003. More specifically, the ruling that legalized homosexuality across America was handed down on June 26th, 2003. June 26th was the same exact date that the Stonewall Uprising was sealed, when its warrant was issued and the legal authorization was given to set everything else in motion. So the ruling that legalized homosexuality across the nation happened to fall on the anniversary of the day Stonewall was sealed. The mystery had ordained it. The second door, overturning the defense of marriage. The second door was forced open in the landmark Supreme Court case of the United States v. Windsor in 2013. It resulted in the ruling that would overturn the Defense of Marriage Act. It would lead to the federal government's recognition of same-sex marriages performed in states where it had, at that point, been legalized. It would also open the door for an even more momentous Supreme Court ruling that would come 2 years later. When was the ruling that overturned the Defense of Marriage Act handed down? It happened in the summer of 2013, in the month of June, within days of the summer solstice toward the end of June, the days especially identified with the festival of Tammuz. It was handed down in the days of the ancient month of Tammuz. June 26, 2013. On what exact date did the ruling come? The Defense of Marriage Act was overturned on June 26, 2013. 10 years to the exact same day the Supreme Court legalized homosexuality in 2003. Both of the rulings opening the door to the normalization and establishment of homosexuality fell on the same date, and both on the date that sealed Stonewall, the event that began the opening of that door. The third door, the overturning of marriage. The third door was forced open in the Supreme Court case of Obergefell v. Hodges. It resulted in a momentous ruling that would strike down the historic, biblical, and age-old definition of marriage as the union of a man and woman. It legalized same-sex marriage across America. as marriage was the core relationship of family, and family the core unit of civilization, the transforming of marriage would ultimately mean the transforming of civilization. The ruling would affect law, education, commerce, religious freedom, and virtually every other realm of American culture. It was monumental, and behind it was the hand of the goddess. When did it take place? The historical definition of marriage was struck down in the summer, in the month of June, within days of the summer solstice, toward the end of June. Marriage, as it had always been known, was struck down in the ancient month of Tammuz, the month of the goddess's passion. June 26th, 2015. When exactly? Marriage as the covenant of man and woman was struck down on June 26th, 2015, the same exact date that the Defense of Marriage Act was overturned in 2013, the same exact date that homosexuality was legalized in 2003, and the same exact date that Stonewall was sealed in 1969. And the date that sealed Stonewall was itself the same date on the ancient calendar appointed for the casting of the spell to cause a man to love a man. And so all three landmark events that pushed open the ancient door took place on the exact same date. On top of that, each was the anniversary of the date Stonewall was sealed, which was the beginning of the opening of that door, and which was itself on the ancient calendar the day appointed for a man to love a man. And thus all four events were joined together and to the ancient day of the ancient spell. Fingerprints of the gods. All three Supreme Court rulings took place on one of the days of Tammuz, the ancient month in which the union of male and female was broken. The 9th of Tammuz was the day of the first torchlight procession commemorating the separation of the male and female god. It was on that day that marriage, as the union of male and female, was struck down. It is hard for the modern mind to fathom the idea that the political, cultural, and judicial events of modern times could be determined by an ancient mystery from the Middle East. But the exact convergence of all these events and factors is stunning. No one single person was there, present in each of these events, to cause them all to converge. Each series of events was determined by different people, different circumstances, different decisions, different considerations, and different dynamics. One was based on the founding of America, another on a chaotic uprising that no one could have orchestrated, and another on the logistics and workings of the Supreme Court. And yet they all fell into place according to the ancient mystery. All three Supreme Court rulings on the exact same day, and the day Stonewall was sealed. They all converged at a time of special import and intensity on the ancient pagan calendar. They all took place at the time specifically connected to an ancient spirit, and the spirit especially connected to the bending of gender and the altering of sexuality. Night of the Rainbow. On the night that marriage was struck down, a sign appeared across America. It was the sign of the goddess, the rainbow. That night, the sign marked the nation as it never had before. The sign of the goddess lit up the Empire State Building. It lit up waters of the Niagara Falls. It lit up the iconic castle at Disney World. And most dramatically, it lit up the building from which America was governed, the White House. Night of the ancient spell. In the ancient Babylonian and Hebrew calendars, each day begins at sundown. The ruling came early in the day that on the ancient calendar was the 9th of Tammuz. But the night that crowned the Supreme Court's overturning of marriage, the night the colors of the rainbow lit up the White House, was a new day on the ancient calendar. It was the 10th of Tammuz. The 10th of Tammuz was the day appointed from ancient times for the spell to be cast to cause a man to love a man. So the Supreme Court's monumental ruling to overturn marriage, enabling a man to marry a man, was crowned at nightfall by the 10th of Tammuz, the ancient day of the enchantment to cause a man to love a man. The spell had been cast, and the sign of the goddess marked the land, even the house from which the nation was governed. It was a sign of ownership. The spirit of the goddess was moving to take possession of America. To Ishtar belonged the power of metamorphosis, by which she could transform a man into a woman and a woman into a man. But what if her powers of metamorphosis were applied to a culture, a nation, or a civilization? What if the transitioning of a man or woman was a microcosm of the transitioning of an entire culture, nation, and civilization? Chapter 48. The Grand Metamorphosis. To change a man into a woman, or a woman into a man, is to change identity. Thus, the goddess possessed the power to transform identity. So she would now set out to transform the identity of America. The American metamorphosis that spanned the mid-20th century to the early 21st century was so radical and profound that the latter America would be largely unrecognizable to the former. The altering of memory. One's identity is rooted in one's past. So to completely transform another's identity, one would have to alter their past, or their memory of it, or how they perceived it. So the spirit of the goddess would set out to alter America's memory. It would have to be rewritten. America would be given an altered memory, an altered history. Old landmarks and monuments would be reinterpreted or removed. New landmarks and new monuments would be established. The Stonewall Inn, the site of the uprising against the police, would now become a national landmark. A new history, a new national memory would be inculcated into the minds of American children in classrooms across the country. And as time went on and the metamorphosis progressed, the nation was less and less able to remember what it had once been, or that it had ever been anything other than what it now was. A transitioned past would produce a transitioned nation and a transitioned future. The transitioning of America. To transform a man into a woman or a woman into a man means the transforming of priorities, proclivities, values, and desires. The man who desired women and not men would now, as a woman, presumably desire men and not women. Each would now accept what they had once rejected and reject what they had once accepted. So it would be in the goddess's transitioning of America. She would change the nation's priorities, proclivities, values, and desires. What the culture once rejected, it would now accept. And what it once accepted, it would now reject. What it once saw as wrong, immoral, or evil, it would now see as good. And what it once saw as good, it would now see as wrong, immoral, or evil. What it once found abhorrent or shocking, it now venerated as sacred. And what it once venerated as sacred, it now found abhorrent and shocking. As the spirit of the goddess transitioned male to female and female to male, it was now transitioning a Christian civilization. It was being altered step by step into a pagan one, and one nation under God into one nation under the gods. Becoming the opposite. For the goddess to change a man into a woman or a woman into a man, she had to nullify the original nature and biological state into which the individual was born. So to transition America, she would cause the nation to war against its own foundation, its original nature, and its historic identity. She would cause the nation to hate and to condemn what it once was. She would do likewise to Western civilization. Both America and Western civilization would be transitioned into the opposite of what they had been. Accompanying the transformation was her sign, the rainbow. It became the ubiquitous sign of the transformation. She had used her ancient strategy and her mode of battle and retaliation. She stretched herself like a rainbow across the sky and reached thereby as far as the earth. So it was again through the sign of the rainbow that the goddess was able to stretch herself across the landscape of American culture and the modern world and enlarge herself and her movement. Every year it seemed as if the rainbow grew in presence and power. It was a sign that the goddess's power was likewise growing. The symbol from the fringe of American culture was now taking it over. The sign of the goddess began appearing everywhere, in stores, on mugs, on t-shirts, on blankets, on stationery, and on merchandise of every kind. Crosses into rainbows. In ancient times, the goddess was linked to government and political power. So she would be again. The American government would come under her spell. While crosses and other symbols representing God, Scripture, and the Christian faith were being removed from public property and the public square, the sign of the goddess was brought in to be displayed in their place. The rainbow was enshrined in the public square. It began manifesting on public property, in municipal halls, and in government buildings. So too, law enforcement would begin coming under her spell. Police officers would now march in her processions, and the rainbow now began appearing on police cars. The Stonewall Uprising had begun as a war against the police. Now the goddess was beginning to take them over. Emblems and logos. The American flag represented the nation to the world. It was flown outside every American embassy in every nation where there was an American embassy. But a new banner was now being flown along with the American flag on American embassies, the rainbow flag. It was unprecedented. The sign of the goddess now became, in effect, a representation of America. It was a sign that America itself was now being transitioned. So too, the corporate world would become subject to the goddess's spirit. Major corporations now began not only adopting her agenda, but sanctifying her sign. They created new versions of their own logos, rendered in the colors of the rainbow. During Pride Month, they would proudly display their rainbow logos to the world. Logos represent identity. The new altered rainbow logos were a sign. The goddess was altering their logos as she was altering their identities. She was transitioning them as well. Children of the rainbow. The goddess and her fellow gods were especially interested in children. If she could transition them, if she could change their nature, she could alter the future. She could possess the world. So the sign of the goddess began appearing on the flagpoles in front of their schools, high schools, middle schools, and then elementary schools. In classrooms across America, children were now being taught to revere the rainbow flag, to hallow the rainbow flag, and to follow the ways of the goddess. And when the children came home from school, they would see her sign appearing in their cartoons on television and in their games, videos, and postings on the internet, likewise inducting them to her service. Even the packaging on children's snacks, cookies, and candies would now bear the sign of the goddess. Even cereal boxes were now covered in rainbows and words that urged the children to embrace sexual identities other than what they had been born into. The nation's children were being placed in the goddess's hands. En tutto Nika. The ascendancy of the rainbow and all that it stood for was not a natural phenomenon. It was supernatural. Its veneration was not based on logic, but on a spirit, the spirit of a goddess. It was the sign of her presence, her power, and her dominion. Everywhere the image appeared, everywhere the rainbow flag was raised, her powers increased. She had begun with a handful of followers at Stonewall. Now she had placed her mark of ownership on countless millions and on America itself. The conversion of the Roman Emperor Constantine was one of the most important events in world history. It happened through a sign. Before his battle against the Emperor Maxentius at the Milvian Bridge in AD 312, Constantine saw a vision. Above the sun was a cross of light, and the Greek words "en teutonica," in this, conquer. The sign was thus crucial in the conversion of a pagan civilization into a Christian one. But now there was another sign, the rainbow, and by that sign the goddess would war against the cross. In that sign she would also set out to conquer. The rainbow was likewise a sign of conversion, but this time the conversion would be of a Christian civilization into a pagan one. So the appearance of the rainbow was, in and of itself, a sign that a once Christian nation and a once Christian civilization were in metamorphosis to paganism. The goddess's hands were at work, performing a surgery of spirit. They were all being transitioned. As we approach the last section, we will focus on the end of things, the end of the mystery, the end game of the gods, the last of all states, and the conclusions we must draw. And we will ask and answer the final questions. Why have the gods returned? What is their aim? What lies ahead? And what does it have to do with each of us now, in the days to come, and beyond? Part 10. War of the Gods. Chapter 49. Vengeance of the Gods. We must now ask the question, if the gods that were cast out with the coming of Christianity returned, would they not come back with a vengeance? And would not their vengeance be focused on those who cast them out? If the birth of the Christian faith meant the end of the gods, then upon their return, would they not seek its end? The 2,000-year-old vendetta. As the gods had thrived in a pre-Christian age, they would now seek to usher in a post-Christian age. And if the entrance of Christianity brought about the casting out of the gods from Western civilization, then upon their re-entering, they would seek to bring about the casting out of Christianity from Western civilization. Or, in the context of the parable, as the spirits had been cast out of the house, they could only return by casting out that by which they had themselves been cast out, the Spirit of God. The spirits would wage war against that which had waged war against them. The Spirit of God, the Word of God, the ways of God, the house of God, and the people of God. Into the catacombs. As the gods had been driven out of the mainstream of culture of the ancient world, they would now seek to drive God and those who followed him out of the mainstream of modern culture. As the gods had once been driven to the margins and shadows of their culture, they would now seek to drive Christians to the margins, to the shadows, to the closets and catacombs of modern culture. Silencing of the Word. The gods had once been silenced by the Word of God. So now, they would seek to silence the Word of God and the Christians who upheld it. They would work to drive the Word out of Western culture, just as the Word had once driven them out. The gods had seen laws enacted against them, encroaching on their worship and temples. So now they would work to have laws enacted in Western nations that would encroach upon Christianity, its worship, churches, and ministries. Children of the gods. It was ultimately the young who undid the gods. The children of the late Roman Empire were no longer effectively indoctrinated into paganism. They were now taught of the new faith and against the rites and worship of the gods. So, upon their return, the gods would seek to undo their undoing. The removal of prayer and scripture was only the beginning. They would seek to gain control of the young, and they would do so through the media, through television, through the internet, and through the classroom. The children would increasingly be taught to reject Christianity and despise biblical values. With or without the mention of the gods, they would be indoctrinated into their ways, into pagan values, so that the ways of God would become alien to them. At the same time, the gods would attack the transmission of the Christian faith from parent to child and from teacher to student in Christian schools and universities. As they had once been cut off from influencing the young and cast out by a new generation, the gods would now seek to cut off the young from the Christian faith and to use the new generation to cast out the Christian faith and bring Judeo-Christian civilization to an end. The Dark Trinity's war. It was war, and the gods of the Dark Trinity were ready for battle. Baal was a warrior, Moloch was a murderer, and as for Ishtar, she was both a warrior and the executor of vengeance. And it would be her sword that would serve as the most prominent weapon in the war to destroy the faith that had cast her out. As the goddess of sexuality, gender crossing, and battle, she would employ all three in a massive and multi-front campaign of annihilation against Christians and their faith. When the historic and biblical definition of marriage was struck down in June of 2015, many saw it as a watermark not only in the history of America but of Western civilization. Age-old biblical standards and values concerning sexuality, marriage, and gender were discarded and replaced overnight with pagan ones. Christians were now told that they would have to comply with the new morality, its tenets and acts, to endorse them and propagate them by force of social or economic pressure or by force of law. If they refused or voiced disagreement, they would now be subject to serious consequences: the loss of their jobs, the boycotting of their businesses, deplatforming, defunding, prosecution, or other punishments. There was now a new phenomenon that had no precedent in the West: the placing of Christians on trial in once Christian nations for the crime of quoting the Bible. Such trials almost always concerned sexuality and gender, the issues and workings of the goddess. She cuts to pieces him. It was not new to the gods. Before they departed Western civilization, they had waged war against the new faith and the first Christians. They were able at first to depict them as different, alien, foreigners, and a danger to society. They incited the people to fear and hate them. They moved upon the ancient magistrates and mobs to war against them, silence them, imprison them, and brutally murder them for public sport. One of the gods that warred against the first believers was Venus. Venus was Ishtar. So it was written in one of her ancient Mesopotamian hymns, "She cuts to pieces him who shows no respect." In the war that was waged in ancient times against the gospel, the gods would cause Christians to be literally cut to pieces. But as more and more people embraced the new faith, the gods could no longer depict Christians as alien, as different, or as a danger to society. And when the gods were finally sent into exile, the persecution of Christians came to a decisive end. The Great Persecution, Part 2. For most of the following centuries, the gods and spirits were in no position to wage war or incite a persecution against those who upheld the scriptures or followed Jesus. They were hiding in the shadows, and in the early days of their return to the modern world, their position was too marginal and weak to launch any kind of persecution. But it was only a matter of time before that would change. As soon as they had become established, they would begin working toward the marginalization, encroachment, and persecution of believers. As the West began de-Christianizing and re-paganizing, the gods could again begin depicting Christians as different, alien, foreign, and a danger to society. Again, they could begin setting the culture to war against them. Again, they could incite a generation to fear and hate them. And now the gods had powers unavailable to them in ancient times: mass media, social media, the World Wide Web. And as in the days of Rome, they could portray Christian dissent from sin as intolerance and hate-mongering, and the speaking of God's word as a blasphemy, an act of criminality. In an earlier day, the values upheld by Christians would have been lauded as virtues. But now they would be despised. The Christians had not changed, but the culture around them had. It had been transformed so totally that it could not even remember ever being otherwise, that it had once been Christian. So for the first time in 2,000 years, believers found themselves in the midst of a pagan civilization. And just as it had 2,000 years earlier, it would mean persecution. Against the throne of God. The gods had an ancient score to settle with their enemies. They would now make up for lost time. They were dangerous. The danger they posed could not be measured by anything seen thus far, for it was tied to how much power they possessed. And their power was continually increasing, so too the danger. In the myth of the gardener, the goddess stretched herself across the sky like a rainbow for the purpose of executing vengeance. The rainbow would again be linked to vengeance, but this time it would be directed against believers. Behind its colors were centuries of pent-up fury. It was, as well, a sign of war against God. It was always the goddess's nature to take what belonged to others and use them for herself. The rainbow belonged to God. It is described in Scripture as being part of the glory that surrounds His throne. It was also the sign of His mercy in the wake of judgment. But the goddess of transformation had transformed the sign of God into a sign of defiance against the ways of God. It was a banner of war. Those who joined in its display had no idea what they were doing or that they were being drawn into an ancient war against the throne of God. The gods had been expelled and they had now returned. They would seek retribution against those who had cast them out and sent them into exile. In ancient times, their fury was so fierce that it caused the Christians to be led into the arenas to be devoured by wild animals to the cheers of the Roman masses. To what would it lead now? Could the growing movement to curtain free speech in the West, whether in the form of political correctness, wokeism, cancel culture, or the growing danger of soft totalitarianism, be connected to the mystery of the gods? And could the day come, as it came in ancient times, when the refusal to bow one's knee before the gods would incur the most grave of consequences? Chapter 50. Every knee shall bow. The gods had come back, not only to exact vengeance, but for dominion. They had returned to reign. In ancient times, they had reigned over the cultures in which they were enshrined. But when those cultures turned to God, they were forced to abdicate, to leave their thrones and go into exile. having returned, they would again lift their scepters and aspire to mastery and dominion. Kingship of the gods. Baal, the first of the Dark Trinity, was known as King of the Gods and Lord of the Earth. The name Baal, or Lord, Owner, and Master, was not only his title but a description of his nature. He would seek to master, to own, and to lord. In his mythologies, he battled other Canaanite gods to gain or regain lordship and authority. The ancient Baal epic reveals his ambition. Mighty Baal desired the kingship of the gods, and he would have it. He would become the undisputed lord of the Canaanite deities. The same spirit would war against the God of Israel. The days of Baal. It was through a spirit of tolerance and openness that Baal gained entrance into the culture of ancient Israel. But once his worship and cult became widespread and established, once it touched the highest levels of authority, everything changed. The tolerance of earlier days came to an end. It had served its function as a doorway through which Baal could enter. Baal now reigned as the nation's god, and there would be no room for the nation's former god. He would seek to achieve total domination. Everyone would now be required to call him Baal, or Lord. Anyone and anything that now stood in his way was to be eliminated. He would war against God and his people, and anyone who still upheld the former ways. He would use all means at his disposal, the power of culture, the power of state, and the power of his cult. Those who held to and upheld the ways of God would now be branded as troublemakers, agitators, and enemies of the state. Thus came the days when the righteous were persecuted and the prophets were hunted down. The days of Baal. The opening and the closing. It goes back to the ancient parable. The spirits seek to return to the house. When one is trying to get into a house, one seeks openness. One pushes to open its door. So when the gods were seeking to get into the American house and that of Western civilization, the focus was on openness and tolerance. It was never really about either. Openness and tolerance were only the means of opening the door and to gain entrance. They were the way to cause a nation and a civilization to abandon the values they had long cherished for what was new and foreign. It was for that reason that the entrance of the gods was most dramatically seen in the 1960s, when openness and tolerance were sacred mantras. But once one gets through the door and inside the house, one no longer seeks openness. If one's aim is to stay in the house, then one now seeks to close the door. So once the gods came into America and became established, once people started accepting their ways and authorities, the ideal of openness would now work against them. They had to consolidate their power. They had to close the door. So there was a change in the atmosphere. A chill came over free speech. The doors began to close. Any dissent from the new morality could now be met with punishment. One was free to endorse the new ways of the gods, but one was not free to challenge them. Most people had no idea why it was happening or how it could change so dramatically, but it was the logical conclusion to the entrance of the gods. Baals of the universe. So, as it was in the days of Baal in ancient Israel, it was in America. The earlier tolerance would be replaced by a new enlightened intolerance. It would manifest as political correctness, then wokeness, and cancel culture. Every word that could now be interpreted as expressing dissent from the newly sanctioned view was subject to judgment and censure. anything that could be interpreted as challenging or differing from